Chapter 52, It Comes When You Least Expect It. Human World, Martinique, Saint Anne Village, Les Salinas Beach. Ugh, who the hell is screaming like that first thing in the morning? James said groggily. Once he got his wits about him, he looked around the room and saw the girls glaring at him. Yup, I knew there would be a headache coming. I just didn't think it would be so soon. Hey, Aquino, wake up. We got some explaining to do. Just before he began to shake Aquino to wake her up, James had an epiphany. With the sudden realization, James' movements came to a stop. This drew curious gazes from everyone in the room. Eventually, James regained his senses, then he spoke. On second thought, we don't have anything to explain. James said in a solemn tone. Before I start explaining anything, what have we done wrong? The atmosphere in the room froze after James' attitude changed. Once they thought over what James had asked, the girls, excluding Rias, started to ask themselves. What does he have to explain, exactly? Rias on the other hand was beginning to fume in anger. And what makes you think that you haven't done anything wrong? Rias asked while raising her voice. Then, please, why don't you enlighten me, princess? James asked in a sardonic tone. It was obvious to anyone watching that James' mood was beginning to sour. Rias was falling into her old habits. And since James was not giving in to her demands, Rias' pride was beginning to take over. Rias, you need to. Venelana tried to calm the situation. Auntie Venelana. James said, interrupting Venelana's attempt at stopping the situation from growing any worse. I really would like to hear what the princess of the Gremory house has to say about what Aquino and I have done. Venelana turned to see that James did not seem to be angry. However, she could tell that things would not end well for Rias if this continued. Because of that, worry was clouding her expression. Seeing the worry in Venelana's eyes, James put on a reassuring smile and spoke. Auntie Venelana, this is something that should have happened a long time ago. James said before he turned his attention back to Rias. Last time other people tried to talk to Rias about her behavior. But I, as the one who it affected directly, stayed silent. Seeing the firmness in James' gaze, Venelana could only sigh. Leona and Ria tried to reassure her that things would be fine. Although, it was not hard to notice that they were also worried about the outcome. Now, Princess of the Gremory house, would you enlighten me? James said sarcastically. What exactly have Aquino and I done wrong? In front of James' intensity, Rias balked momentarily. Noticing that she had been overwhelmed by James' aura, Rias grew angrier. Clenching her fists, she shouted at James. How dare you speak to me like that? Rias shouted but was quickly interrupted. No. James interrupted Rias' tirade while wagging his finger in front of her. There are two things wrong with the way you're speaking to me, Rias. First, I have the same class as you do now. Don't forget, I climbed my way up to high class with an insane amount of effort. And second, I am not, nor have I ever been one of your subordinates. What gives you the right to shout at me like that? Once again, the atmosphere in the room froze. Even though what James said was true, no one expected him to put it so bluntly. James, the usually cheerful and accommodating boy, had put his foot down. And seeing this, without exception, the girls in the room began to blush. Holy shit, he's so hot right now. Mizore thought to herself. If I were still a yokai, my Yukiana traits might have made me melt. That's the kind of dominance a Shinso vampire's mate should show. Mocha thought while she rubbed her thighs together in excitement. While licking her lips, Flora thought, me like. With a dominant side like this, he would definitely be against marrying into the Citri house. Sona thought as she adjusted her glasses. Once they gleamed, she had another thought. Maybe I should hint to mother and father that I'd like a younger sibling. Simultaneously, in James' suite and in the Citri territory of the underworld, Ria and Dante Citri sneezed. Are you okay? Leona asked while pulling a tissue from her purse. I haven't been a devil for even a decade yet, so I don't know all there is to know about devil physiology. But I didn't think devils caught colds. Era, Ria said, with a smile while covering her mouth with a hand. Don't worry about it, Leona, someone is probably thinking about me. And I'm sure I can guess who it is. Even Rias blushed at James' domineering display. Her anger had greatly decreased as well. She was unable to bring herself to shout back. Not only that, but her rationality had also come back. Which made her realize that everything James said to her just now was the truth. "I know you're right, James. And I'm sorry for yelling," Rias said with her head lowered and flushed cheeks. Collectively, everyone in the room had their jaws hit the floor. To think Rias would realize her mistake so soon after making it. Venelana, however, had a different thought. So, this is what she needed, huh? Venelana's eyes began to sparkle. Now that I think about it. Whenever I put my foot down when she started to get out of hand, she would curl up just like this. I was just jealous, Rias said, lowering her head even further. I want the same attention that you give the other girls, but... Unable to finish her sentence, Rias began to cry softly. Seeing Rias like this, James could not help but sigh. As much as he dislikes the way she acts from time to time, she is still one of the people he cares about the most. Hurting her was never his intention. Sigh Rias. James said softly, a stark contrast to his earlier sarcastic tone. If you want attention like the other girls get, you have to do something about your engagement. Rias raised her head when James addressed her by name. After hearing what he had to say, she began to cry even harder. But I don't know what to do, Rias said while trying to wipe away her tears. And no one will help me. That's where you're wrong, Rias. James said in a gentle tone. No one will take care of it for you. But you have a lot of people around you who would be willing to help you, if you ever asked for it. Surprised by James' statement, Rias looked around at the other people in the room. As she made eye contact with the other girls, her mother, and her two aunties, they each gave her a nod to show their support. Though she was not sure why, she felt that the way she was living was a waste in some way. I'm sorry, and thank you, Rias stammered as she lowered her head once again. The first to react was Sona, still a bit in disbelief at the way Rias reacted to James' scolding. Moving to hug Rias, Sona spoke in a much gentler tone than she would usually use. Rias, you have to remember. If there's something that you want, whether you want to have or do something, you must work to get it. Sona said while patting Rias back. Anything worth having is worth working for. While she was speaking, though, Sona was thinking something completely different. To think the overly prideful Rias would lower her head and apologize. Then with her head still lowered, thank those around her for their support. Sona thought while shaking her head. I just hope this sticks from now on. At the same time, Venelana was looking at what had just happened and could not help but mutter. Is this for real? Of course, it is. Leona replied, puffing her chest in pride. My baby fixed the problem your husband and son created. It's not like we didn't see this coming, either. Ria chimed in. That's true, Venelana said blankly. When she got her wits about her, she continued. He really is more than Rias deserves. Maybe I should. Venelana came to an abrupt stop when she felt an intense killing intent coming from right next to her. When she looked for its source, she found Leona smiling at her very sweetly. That smile, however, made her feel like she had been dunked in ice water. Lana, what were you saying? Leona asked softly. Would you care to finish your sentence? At that, Venelana shook her head frantically. Even though she was vastly superior to Leona in terms of power, her instincts were telling her that continuing that joke was a bad idea. Ria, on the other hand, stood there completely amazed. She would have never imagined that Leona, a non-combatant, could bring forth such a dense killing aura. A moment after Venelana agreed to drop her joke, Leona reverted to her usual demeanor. At the same time, Aquino began to stir. Why is it so noisy? Aquino asked while stretching and wiping the sleep from her eyes. Huh? What are all of you doing in my room? Oh, isn't that adorable? Leona asked with a mischievous smile on her lips. Well, now that you're awake, I think there are some questions that need answering. Oh shit, this is bad, Aquino thought. She woke up fully as soon as she heard the teasing tone in Leona's voice. We knew this was coming, but may I make one request first? James said while maintaining his seated position in the bed with his hands in his lap. I'll consider it, Leona said with a big smile. Can this wait until we get dressed? James asked with a smile of his own. Just then, the girls realized that James was probably naked. Focusing their sights on him, they could see his lean muscular arms and torso. Lowering their lines of sight, they could see the bulge, produced by his morning wood, James was trying to hide with his hands. Gulp. No one was sure who it was, but at least one of the girls had swallowed their excess saliva. Noticing that her fun would be minimized with all the girls in this state, Leona reluctantly allowed James and Aquino to get dressed before she publicly interrogated them. Just the thought of it brought a smile, a very scary smile, to her face. Seeing that smile, James could only think one thing as he shivered in terror. Mom, a reincarnated devil, is more like a devil than any pure-blooded devil I've ever seen. Eventually, Rias, Sona, Mizor, Mocha, and Flora were ushered out of the suite by Leona, Vanillana, and Ria. They would be waiting in the restaurant with the rest of the group so they could have breakfast. Once James and Aquino arrived in the restaurant, Leona did not begin the interrogation immediately. Instead, because Kuna was present, she put it on hold. This, however, did not make James and Aquino feel any relief. Instead, the anxiety it brought was terrifying. They could feel that a predator was looming, watching its prey. Stalking them, waiting for the moment they let their guard down. Then, and only then, would it go in for the kill. And they were correct. On the final night of their trip, Kuna managed to stay up later than she usually would. That night they shot fireworks and played all sorts of games until the wee hours of the morning. As everyone else was also a bit tired, as well, Leona struck. While James was carrying Kunu, so he was unable to make an escape, she asked, "So, James, Aquino, was losing your virginities everything you thought it would be?" With a radiant smile. Chapter 53, The Last Day of the Second Term. Human World, Japan, Kyoto. A few months have passed, summer break is over and the new year is around the corner. At the same time, the second term of James, Rias, Sona, Aquino, Tsubaki, Rhea, Flora has just ended. And once again, James took first on the end-of-term exams. Followed by Sona, Tsubaki, Aquino, Rhea, and Rias in that order. Because of that, Sona and Rias are in less than stellar moods at the moment. Sona, because she had managed to take first during the midterm exams like she did in the first term, lost her place to James again. Rias on the other hand, after ranking 4th on the final exams for the first term, fell to 5th place during midterms and is now ranked 6th after this term's final exams. Also, Flora was able to raise her own rank to 11th. On another note, during the second term, Rias has raised the intensity of her and her peerage's training by several folds. After the incident when James and Aquino lost their virginities together, Rias finally realized that things would not always just fall into her lap. After they returned from Martinique, Rias went straight to her brother, Sirzex Lucifer, and asked him to train her in the use of power of destruction. It did not need to be mentioned how ecstatic Sirzex was for the chance to help Rias. Even though Sirzek's enthusiasm was over the top, Ria's control and output rose exponentially. And, through pushing herself, Rias was able to raise her power level to the intermediate level of the high rank. On top of that, James gave her some advice, too. Flashback. Hey, Riri. James said, sitting next to Rias one day after training. Rias responded lethargically, as Sirzex has been putting her through the ringer lately. You should try and add some variety into your attacks with the power of destruction. James said casually. What are you talking about? Rias asked tiredly, while leaning on James' shoulder with a victorious grin on her lips. You read a lot of manga and watch a lot of anime, right? James said as he rolled his eyes at Rias, who was thinking herself clever for getting a little extra skinship. Why don't you try imitating some of the attacks the characters use? Like the Hellzone Grenade, the Gallic Gun, or the Special Beam Cannon. That could be pretty sick, right? Forgetting that she had just gained some extra skinship with James, Rias shot up to her feet immediately. Flushed in excitement, she grabbed onto James' arm and began to pull. OMG, James. Are you a genius? Rias asked, or rather shouted, excitedly. Come on. We have work to do. I'll need your help to make sure I get the moves right. Flashback end. As previously mentioned, Rias was not the only one to step up her training. Akino and Kaneko were able to reach the advanced level of the middle rank, Yuto rose to the intermediate level of the middle rank, and Gasper broke the threshold of the middle rank and reached its initial level. Although, when using his sacred gear, Forbidden Bailer View, with its ability to freeze time, Gasper is a match for even the strongest advanced level, middle rank beings. Right now, James, Rias, Sona, Akino, Tsubaki, Rhea, and Flora were walking toward the Alaverus estate from Ko Academy. The last bell had rung not too long ago, and like most other students they were ready to go home to enjoy their winter break. For the next 10 days, they could, theoretically, relax until the final term starts. That, of course, would not happen. James and his peerage are basically training fanatics, with the exception of Dante. Though Sona does not enjoy training like James does, she keeps her peerage working hard. And Rias, with her desire to have her engagement cancelled, has her peerage training as hard, if not harder than James and his peerage. Or so she likes to tell herself. Akino is probably the only one who is truly upset about the heavy training schedule. She has the sneaking suspicion that part of Rias' motivation behind the long hours of training was to keep her out of James' bed. Even though she is still the only one of the girls who has lost their virginity, she has only had 2 chances to sleep with James since the summer break ended. "Hey, Riri," James asked while looking around. "What's wrong?" Rias asked while watching James swivel his head around as if he were looking for something. "Are you getting the feeling that you're being watched again?" Yeah, I'm getting sick of this shit, for real," James said in exasperation. "I know someone is watching me. Training with Master Scathach trained my intuition to a scary degree." "How long has it been, now?" Sona asked as she looked at James with concern. "I dunno. 3 months or so," James said with uncertainty. "What I do know, though. Whoever you are, you better not let me find you. Because when I do, my foot is going straight up your ass." Seeing James' slightly over-the-top declaration, the girls giggled. At the same time, a cloaked figure hiding at the top of an electrical pole shuddered when they heard James' threat. "Anyway, Riri, do you mind if I take Gasper with me while my peerage and I train with Master Scathach?" James asked, deciding to leave his stalker be, for now. "Gasper? Why?" Rias asked in confusion. "I was thinking, his sacred gear, Forbidden Bailer View, has a name related to the Celtic pantheon, right?" James said with a big smile on his face. He was clearly thinking his idea was a good one. Well, who better to ask about things with Celtic origins than Master Scathach? "What do you mean?" Rias asked, still confused. "That's just what it's called because it can petrify things, right? That doesn't mean it has anything to do with the real Bailer, right? You shouldn't underestimate the power of names, Rias," Sona said, inserting herself into the conversation. "You know how important names are to our devil contracts, right?" "Yeah, I guess you're right," Rias said while tapping her chin with her index finger. "Well, if there's a chance it could help my adorable servant, I'll allow it." "All right, you should let him know as early as you can," James said with a smile. "We're leaving at the break of dawn." "Oh yeah, my mom wants to leave with you guys when you go back to the underworld, is that all right?" "Of course," Rias said with a nod. "Auntie Leona is always welcome. She'll be happy to hear that," James replied. Shortly after that, the group made it to the Alaverus estate. While he was opening the door, James turned back and looked at Flora. "I thought you would stop by your house first, Flora," James said with confusion in his tone. "Oh, on my way to school this morning, I ran into Auntie Leona," Flora said with a smile. "She told me I should come straight to your house after school lets out. She said I'd get to see something interesting. I get the feeling someone is gonna have a bad time," James muttered to himself. James just shook his head, then pushed the door open. When everyone entered the living room, what they saw left them confused. Standing in the middle of the living room was Siyu Chulin wearing some very stylish clothing. Around him, Leona, Mizor, Mocha, and Kuna were sifting through a pile of clothes. What's going on?" James asked with his head tilted in confusion. Oh, Lancer asked. Leona began to explain what the five of them were doing before she was interrupted. Ah. 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 Siyu Chulin did everything he could to stop Leona's explanation after he saw Tsubaki in the group. Picking up on what was going on very quickly, James decided that picking on Siyu Chulin was the perfect way to end a school term. Oh, I see. James said while bringing his right fist down into his left palm. He then turned to Tsubaki and asked. So, you have a date with Lancer, huh? With James' words, everyone, except Tsubaki, realized. The ladies were helping Siyu Chulin pick out an outfit for his date with Tsubaki. And at that moment, they all thought. These two really are mother and son. Meanwhile, Siyu Chulin was panicking. He did not want Tsubaki to see him in this situation. Nor did he want her to know that he had to ask for help to pick out his clothes. Similarly, Tsubaki did not want to see the process of Siyu Chulin's selection of an outfit for their date. Not that she thought any less of him, it would just take the fun out of it. Meanwhile, James was smiling gleefully at the flustered couple. I can't get enough of this. James thought to himself. Tsubaki is unfortunate to wind up as collateral damage, but seeing Lancer like this might be my new calling in life. I love to see that cocky prick squirm. Eventually, Tsubaki decided to leave. She really did not want to ruin the surprise she would get before their date. That, of course, led the rest of the girls to use Siyu Chulin as a dress-up doll for the next few hours. After the girls had their fun and James got a sufficient amount of blackmail, or rather, commemorative photos of the event, the dress-up festival came to an end when a certain adorable fox claimed she was hungry. After Leona went off to prepare dinner, Siyu Chulin took a seat next to James on a sofa. I really hate you. Siyu Chulin said with a deadpan. That means I'm doing my job well. James said, giving Siyu Chulin a thumbs up with a bright smile. Anyway, so when is your date? Psi*, it's the last day of your winter break. Siyu Chulin admitted easily. Damn, you're gonna be dead tired. James said with some pity. How are you gonna manage going on a date right after training with Master for 10 days? It's the only day we're both free during the break. Siyu Chulin explained. Shrugging his shoulders, James spoke. Well, do your best, bro. He then extended his fist. Bumping James' fist, Siyu Chulin gave a simple thanks in return. Seriously, though. James' expression turned serious as he said. Take good care of her. Tsubaki deserves to be happy after what she went through with her family. Yeah. Siyu Chulin said with a determined gaze. Besides, we both know she's too good for me. So, I'll do whatever it takes to make her happy. James clapped Siyu Chulin on the shoulder. He then stood up and spoke. I just hope your bad luck doesn't rub off on her. James said as he walked toward the stairs. Deadpanning once again, Siyu Chulin watched James walk away. Just before he reached the stairs, Siyu Chulin spoke again. I really, really hate you. Then that means I should get a promotion for how well I'm doing my job. James said while raising his hand to wave. Trying to give that setting off into the sunset vibe. Just before James began climbing the stairs, Leona's voice could be heard from the dining room. Okay, everyone come and eat. With that, James stumbled as his foot reached the first step. Damn it. James exclaimed quietly, so his mother would not hear him. On the other hand, Siyu Chulin was laughing hysterically. The only thing that felt better than seeing James make a fool of himself was when Tsubaki said yes after he asked her on that date. Once Siyu Chulin was able to calm his laughter, he exclaimed. Worth it. Chapter 54, Forbidden Baylor View. Land of Shadows, Dun Scath. Walking through the corridors of Dun Scath Castle, James and Siyu Chulin were leading Mizor, Mocha, Dante, Lady, Flora, and the trembling Gasper. Thinking that Scathach may have an idea on how Gasper could better control his sacred gear, Forbidden Baylor View, James brought him along. At least for the first day or two. If Scathach is unable to find anything, Gasper would then be sent back to the underworld to continue training with the rest of Ria's Peerage. On the other hand, James' Peerage, with the exception of Dante, was looking forward to the training in the Land of Shadows. The thought of improving their strength is reason enough for them to be excited. while Dante thinks he could be using this time to take a couple of jobs, which would bring in a bit more money. Damn it. Why are you so obsessed with training? Dante said while glaring at James. I don't actually like training. James replied nonchalantly. Hearing that, the group was surprised. James is usually the most intense when training. On top of that, he can often be seen with a smile on his face while performing what the others would refer to as insane training programs. Not even Siyu Chulin, who has also gone through Scathach's crazy training regimen, can keep up with James when he is training seriously. Are you shitting me? Siyu Chulin asked in disbelief. I swear, I'm telling the truth. James said with a smile. Then why do you train so hard, James? Gasper asked with a stutter caused by nervousness. Although I don't like training, I like the result that training brings. James said, his smile widening. The result, huh? Lady said while thinking about James' response. What result? Gasper asked in curiosity. Strength. The increase in power. James said while clenching his fist. And? Dante asked rudely. Why do I have to come with you? I could be making money right now. Yeah, money you would have to use to repair the collateral damage you caused while making it. Lady said as she rolled her eyes. It amazes me how you receive a salary from James and get all the payment from the jobs you do, yet you're still somehow in debt. In his defense, your father did kinda destroy the shop right before we met you. James said with a chuckle. That's right. James said while glaring at Lady. Paying for those repairs is what makes up most of my debt. You should be paying for part of it, too. Lady did not even bother to dignify Dante's outburst with a response. She simply rolled her eyes then looked away. The rest of the group also decided that ignoring Dante was better for their own IQs. Everyone except for James, that is. Wait, you're even further in debt? James asked in surprise. I need to ask Mom if the payments are being made on time. Dante fell silent immediately with cold sweat flowing down his back. Lucky for him, Mocha was curious about James' reason for training so hard. Moving on from that moron. Mocha said, completely dismissing Dante. Why are you trying so hard to get strong? Well. James paused momentarily to arrange his thoughts. Once he finished thinking he began to speak again. In the supernatural world, strength is needed to get the things you want. It's also needed to protect the things you have. As he finished, James looked at Mocha and winked. Blushing at the gesture, Mocha linked her left arm with James' right. Mizor and Flora, finding themselves jealous at the atmosphere that was building around James and Mocha, boldly inserted themselves into it. With Mizor draping herself on James' back and wrapping her arms around his neck. Flora on the other hand, imitated Mocha and linked arms on James' other side. The group chatted as they walked through the corridors of Dun Scath, until they reached the throne room. Before entering, James separated himself from Mizor, Mocha, and Flora. Then, he knocked and announced his presence. Knock, knock, knock. Master, Siyu Chulin and I, James Alaverus, have arrived. James said with a sonorous voice. Also, we have brought our companions, as well as a special case that may interest you. You may enter. Came Scathach's authoritative voice in reply. Having received permission, James and Siyu Chulin each pushed open one of the doors. Inside, seated on her throne with her curse spear leaning against its armrest, Scathach sat. With her head resting on her right palm, her red eyes observed the new arrivals. Apart from James and Siyu Chulin, who have grown used to the intensity behind Scathach's gaze, everyone present found moving in Scathach's presence to be more laborious than usual. James, are they all members of your peerage? Scathach asked after she finished with her observations. No, there is one who is a part of a friend's peerage. James explained as he pointed at Gasper. He is, however, the special case that I thought may interest you. Raising an eyebrow, Scathach observed Gasper more closely. This, of course, caused Gasper to tremble harder than before. A devil, born as a damper with a sacred gear. Scathach casually described Gasper in a few words. Unusual, but hardly something I would consider special. If that is all you have to show, James, I would be disappointed. As she spoke, Scathach shook her head lightly in disinterest. James, however, was not dissuaded. Ushering Gasper a bit closer, James spoke once again. I'd agree that a cross-dressing, former damper, devil with a sacred gear, is unusual. James said, pausing briefly before continuing. The special thing about him is not the fact that he has a sacred gear. Rather, it's the name of the sacred gear, and the fact that he is unable to fully control it despite his high level of energy control. Oh. And what would the name of this sacred gear be? Scathach asked, clearly more interested than before. Forbidden Baylor View, James replied casually. As I know that names hold power, I thought there would be no better person to refer to than you, when it comes to names related to the Celtic pantheon, Master. Once again, James bowed politely. He then remained silent as Scathach looked over Gasper with much more interest in her gaze. Gasper was naturally terrified. Due to his skittish character, smiling at him gently for too long would also scare him. Eventually, Scathach spoke. James, you stay here with the damper boy. See you chillin', take the others to settle down. I will begin guiding them on the morrow. Scathach said as she stood from her throne. Understood. James and See you chillin' replied in unison. See you chillin' then turned and ushered the rest of the group out of the throne room. On his way out, he made sure to pull the throne room's doors closed behind him, as well. Meanwhile, Scathach began walking toward James and Gasper from her throne. Maintaining eye contact with Gasper, who felt he was unable to look away regardless of how badly he wanted and tried to do so, Scathach spoke to James. It would seem I can no longer call you a boy, James. Scathach said, allowing a slight smile to curl the ends of her lips. Yeah, haha. James laughed hollowly. It just kinda happened over the summer. You should be aware, those kinds of techniques shall be the last that I teach you before you fully graduate from my tutelage. Scathach said, glancing briefly at her disciple. While Gasper was blushing furiously at the insinuation, James only smiled slightly awkwardly. He then gestured to Gasper and spoke once more. Although I'm not against it, I think Gasper may faint if we continue with this topic. James said with a wry smile on his face. Chuckling softly, Scathach turned her attention back to Gasper. The smile, no matter how slight it may have been, was completely removed from her expression. Very well. Scathach said while staring into Gasper's eyes. Boy, are you able to activate your sacred gear? Yee. Yes, ma'am. Gasper managed to stammer out. Then, Gasper did what he would normally do when he wished to activate the Forbidden Baylor View. This time, however, no matter how much energy he flowed into it, it would not activate, which flustered Gasper. And with each subsequent failure, he grew increasingly flustered. Eventually, Scathach chose to put an end to it. That's enough. Scathach stated in a bland tone. Nearly in tears, Gasper exclaimed. I don't know why it's like this. This has never happened before. James, tickled by Gasper's choice of words, did all he could to not burst into raucous and uproarious laughter. Scathach, having noticed James trembling, shook her head at her disciple and spoke. Though you may no longer be a boy, it would seem you have yet to grow up. After speaking reproachfully to James, Scathach turned her attention back to the tearful damper. Worry not, child. This is not your fault. Huh. Gasper looked at Scathach in confusion. It would seem the soul connected to your sacred gear does not wish to be seen by this Scathach. With a predatory smile, Scathach extended a hand toward Gasper. Unfortunate for whomever it may be. Wait, Forbidden Baylor View isn't supposed to have a spirit connected to it. James exclaimed, concerned for Gasper's safety. Calm yourself, my disciple. Scathach said as runes began to flow from her fingertips toward Gasper. I intend to see who wishes to hide from this Scathach. Wah. Wah, what are you going to do to me? Gasper said while shaking in fear. Worry not, child. Scathach said without stopping her actions. I shall use my runes to inspect your soul. The suspected intruder will not escape my notice. My soul. Gasper exclaimed in fear. Although you may feel some discomfort, this Scathach will guarantee no harm shall befall you. Scathach said while injecting runic sentences into Gasper's body. With no options other than standing in place, Gasper, just like Scathach had mentioned, began feeling more and more uncomfortable as time went by. Just as the discomfort was transitioning into pain, Scathach spoke once again. "Oh. I thought you were slain by Lu." Scathach said with a bit of surprise in her tone. "To think you hid your spirit in the creation of another pantheon's chief deity. Where has your pride gone, Baylor? Are you serious?" James asked with concern. "Are you telling me that real Baylor has been hiding in the forbidden Baylor view? Then, is Gasper in danger? Perhaps after several millennia." Scathach said while conjuring more runic sentences. By then, Baylor would have most likely regained enough of his power to take over this child's body. Ta. Take over my body. Gasper squeaked while tears streamed from his eyes. "Fear not, child," Scathach said. "Although it may take a few days, I will place Baylor in a one-way seal, allowing you to access the power he still possesses. At the same time, his recovery will be greatly hampered. Perhaps even 3 of your lifespans may not be enough." At that moment, a voice filled with wrath and malice was heard from Gasper's mouth. "Damn you, witch of Dun Scath," the malicious voice, Baylor, bellowed, projecting his voice through the young damper. "Even if I have to sacrifice this host and the sacred gear that is acting as a vessel for my soul, I shall destroy you for interrupting my plans. Has your time without a physical body and by extension time without a brain turned you into a fool?" Scathach asked, mockery evident in her tone. "Even at your peak, you would never dare to attack this Scathach, the Queen of the Shadowlands, in Dun Scath. After all, attacking a mage in their magic workshop is not but a fool's errand." Clank. At that moment, Scathach slammed the butt end of her spear against the floor. In response, the entire throne room lit up with runic sentences. Both James and Gasper were pressed to the floor by the rising pressure in the room. On top of that, Baylor's power was forced back into his soul, putting a stop to his attempted self-destruction. Without removing the pressure, Scathach made her way to James' side. With little effort, she lifted him from the ground and threw him in the direction of the throne room's entrance. The doors then opened just wide enough for James' body to pass through. Just as he crashed to the floor, the doors also shut and Scathach's voice could be heard a moment later. "Go rest. Like the rest of your companions, your training will also begin on the morrow." Standing from the floor, James bowed politely, bid Scathach a good evening, and made his way to rest as his master ordered. Chapter 55, I'm Not Quite Ready, but... R18. Chapter 56, the Tsundere son of Sparta. Land of Shadows, Dun Scath. For the last 9 days, James and his peerage were trained harshly. At the same time, for the first 4 days, Scathach created the seal for Gasper's forbidden Baylor view. After the sealing was complete, Gasper was sent back to Gremory territory in the underworld to join Rias and the rest of her peerage in training. And for the first time, he was looking forward to it. Gasper was eager to find the limits of his abilities without the hindrance that was Baylor. At the beginning, Scathach, like she did with James when she first took him on as a disciple, sparred with each of them, assessing their abilities in the process. Lucky for them, though, they were not driven to the verge of death at the end of their spars. That seemed to be a privilege that only her official disciples received. Instead, she only pushed them slightly past their limits before letting them rest. James, instead of being on the receiving end, observed how Scathach trained his peerage. And that led to his growth as a king. On the training grounds of Dun Scath Castle, Flora, the most inexperienced combatant in James' peerage, was sparring with Scathach. If the one-sided beating Flora had been taking for the past hour and 40 minutes could be called a spar. Meanwhile, Siyu Chulin was in his room, unconscious after his spar. Mizor, Mocha, and Lady were also in their rooms resting after their turns. "Damn!" Dante exclaimed with fatigue in his expression. "This is what you and Lancer go through every time you come here to train. This is even more intense than your training sessions." "Ha ha. You must be kidding," James said while laughing with a hollow gaze. "Have you ever once felt like you were going to die while training with Master Dante?" No, but I've felt like I wanted to more than once. Dante replied with a sigh. With his gaze growing distant, James replied to Dante's lament. On most, if not all, occasions that I spar with Master, I would die if she didn't heal me after we were done. Dante's mouth gaped at the thought. Then, with his voice trembling, he spoke. You're kidding, right? James asked, disbelief in his tone. I mean, can that really be considered training? Regaining the light in his eyes, James looked into Dante's and replied. Dante, do you remember when we first met? James asked with a serious look in his eyes. Yeah. Dante said with a nod, unsure of where James was going with this. You, Mizor, and Lancer popped up out of nowhere and put down those exorcists that tried to betray me after I finished a job. That's right. James nodded in agreement. And what was the difference in our power at that time? We were more or less even. If I remember correctly. Dante said while scratching his chin. That's pretty accurate. James nodded once again. You were probably a little stronger in terms of raw power, while I was more skilled with a sword. We were both near the peak of high rank, though. Dante, instead of replying, waited for James to continue. Soon after that, Lancer and I went off to train with Master for a few weeks to a month or so, right? James asked, to which Dante nodded. Then, when I came back, I had broken through to the ultimate rank. Even Lancer had caught up to you, right? Begrudgingly, Dante nodded his head in agreement. Master believes that warriors grow the most in life or death situations. James explained while shivering. He had remembered one of his more brutal training sessions with Scathach. I and Lancer are living proof that she's right. And you really do this so you can get what you want and protect what you have, huh? Dante said with a contemplative expression. Dante, I've met a lot of people with tragic pasts. James said seriously. Hell, with the exception of Flora, everyone in my peerage has one. As a king, it's my responsibility to get the most out of my peerage and make sure you all live a good life. Or do you think I offered you and Lady those terms because I'm a naive philanthropist? Taking a moment to think, Dante replied after a few moments. At first, I did. Dante answered honestly. I mean, could you blame me? This 15-year-old kid steps in on a fight I could have won. Easily, I might add. Then tells me he has a deal for me. Then offers me a salary and tells me he'll sponsor a base of operations for me. What else would I think? Nodding his head in understanding, James gestured for Dante to continue. Then I realized. Although you delivered on everything you offered, you certainly aren't naive. Dante said with a wry smile. You placed my shop in a strategic location, making sure that I would be able to notice anyone entering the town from the south. When that bastard brother of mine and Arkham wrecked the place, you didn't just fix it up for me. You tied me to your ship with debt. Dante gritted his teeth just thinking about going into debt before being able to take his first job out of his shop. He then continued to speak. On top of that, even though I find it annoying. Like, really annoying. Dante said exasperatedly. I know you drag me off to train with you because you want the best for me like you do for everyone else. Ah, that Sundara son of Sparta is showing his dear side. James said in a teasing tone. Who the hell are you calling Sundara? Dante said in irritation. He then threatened James in the most menacing voice he could muster. Don't ever call me that again, or I'll kick your ass. You're welcome to try. James said with mirth in his tone. But I think that nickname is here to stay. And when Mizor hears it, she'll run it into the ground. Then James' atmosphere changed, before he continued. And if you try to hurt her when she inevitably uses it. James said while staring into Dante's eyes. I'll make you wish you were training with Master Scathach again, while keeping you alive. Dante knew that James was not kidding this time. And to be honest, he respected him for it. Being willing to do anything for those you consider important is commendable. At least by Dante's standards. Either way, Dante could only nod his head in acknowledgement. Even if he would never admit it to anyone, he has begun to see himself as a part of this team that James put together. Seeing Dante nod in understanding, James swapped back to his easygoing demeanor. So, how did you end up in worse debt than before? James asked curiously. Well, Dante said while scratching the back of his head. I tend to lose sight of the things around me when I'm enjoying a devil hunt. So, I usually cause more collateral damage than the job is worth. Nodding sagely, James replied. I see, well then you should keep this in mind. James said solemnly. I'll be sending you to train with Master every time it happens in the future. Oh, and don't worry. I'll commission it as a job, so you don't lose out on time to work. You should thank me, I swear, my kindness is boundless. Dante managed to deadpan and shuddered simultaneously at James' threat, or rather penalty. You're not serious, right? Dante asked with pleading in his tone. I mean, we wouldn't want to disturb Master Scathach, right? At that moment, Scathach's authoritative voice could be heard. You need not worry, son of Sparta. Scathach said while carrying Flora over her shoulder like a sack of potatoes. There is nothing the Scathach finds more enjoyable than bringing her disciples to the peak of their potential. Huh? Wait, but I'm not your disciple. Dante said with a jump after hearing Scathach speak so unexpectedly. True that may be. Scathach said with a nod, continuing shortly after. You are, however, a part of my disciple's strength. Therefore, you must be held to a certain standard. Hearing Scathach's words, Dante's shuddering intensified. At the same time, James took Flora from Scathach, holding her in a princess carry. So, Master, how did she do? James asked while looking at the unconscious Flora tenderly. Quite well. Scathach said with a nod. Considering she was but a normal human 4 or so months ago. I am sure you have realized this, but you need to work on her energy control. Also, a pair of enchanted gauntlets and greaves, preferably enchanted with an element, would be suitable weapons for this girl. Understood, Master. James said seriously. Then, if you'd excuse me, I'll take Flora to her quarters. Go on. Scathach said with a nod. Once the rest have regained some strength, or regained consciousness in Satanta's case, your final spar for this visit shall begin. I think it would do your peerage well to see their king fight at his full strength. Ha ha. This sucks. James said weakly while hanging his head. Master, you know most of the girls in my peerage are my women, right? Do you have to let them see me getting my ass kicked? Both Scathach and Dante chuckled at James' lamentations. Do not let your pride get in the way of the growth of your charges. Scathach said scoldingly. Besides, if those girls are truly your women as you say, I am sure they would like to know the heights they would have to reach in order to stand by your side. Or would you disagree? I'm a half-devil, pride kinda comes with the territory. James muttered to himself. Besides, will they really be able to see what I'm capable of? Or will they just see you beating me like I stole something? Chuckling at her disciple's diction, Scathach replied with a slight smile. I've witnessed your improvements over the past week of sparring. Scathach said while reaching up to rub James' head. As long as you put forth everything you have, you are capable of fighting on par with this Scathach for a short while. I am looking forward to the day you surpass the original Satanta in skill and ability. James blushed upon hearing Scathach's compliment. Not to say that James is easily embarrassed, as he has proven numerous times. Instead, her compliment in combination with the pat on the head was something she did when he was several years younger. Master, please stop. James said with his head lowered. Don't treat me like a kid. Compared to this Scathach, you would be but a kid, as you say, for the next few centuries. Scathach said with a joyous smile. Seeing one of Scathach's rare genuine smiles, James and Dante both found themselves staring in a daze. Scathach's beauty was otherworldly. That was a fact that no one would deny. However, because of her long life, there are few things that can make her smile from the heart anymore. James and Dante could be considered exceedingly lucky to witness one of those smiles. Noticing the dazed expressions, Scathach flicked James on the forehead. Then grabbed Dante by his trench coat and flung him into the sparring field. Now, take the girl inside to rest. Scathach ordered. In the meantime, I shall do what I can to whip the son of Sparta into shape. Yes, Master. James replied while rubbing the spot where he was flicked. He then turned away. I'll be back in a few minutes. What's with the extreme difference in treatment? Dante shouted after picking himself up from the ground. That is quite simple. Scathach said. Readying her cursed spear, she walked toward Dante, who had also drawn rebellion. You are not one of my disciples, as you stated earlier. Dante winced at Scathach's rebuttal. It is never pleasant to have your own words used against you, after all. At the same time, James was making his way through the castle with Flora in his arms. Several moments later, Dante's pain-filled exclamations echoed through the corridors of Dun Scath. James, however, was lost in his thoughts and was unable to hear them. That smile was absolutely stunning. James thought to himself in silence. One day, and if my estimates are correct, soon I'll be able to give you more reasons to smile from the heart like that. What no one knows, however, is that James has been wearing magic circles Scathach designed to always suppress his power by 2 levels since he first started training with her. So, even though he shows power at the peak of the initial level of the ultimate rank, even Scathach is unsure what heights he would be able to reach once those restraints are released. Chapter 57, Going All Out. Land of Shadows, Dun Scath. Several hours after James laid Flora down in her bed, James Peerage was gathered on the edge of the training ground in Dun Scath. In the middle of the training ground, James, with his 2 swords, Okairu Sakura and Mangetsu no Shidada, hung on the left side of his waist, and Scathach, with her cursed crimson-red spear resting on her shoulder, stood opposite one another. So, why were we all gathered? Lady asked. Apparently, we're going to get to see James go all out. Dante said with his arms crossed and leaning against the stone wall surrounding the training grounds. Seriously? Siyu Chilin asked while wincing. He then turned his attention to Mizore, Mocha, and Flora before continuing. Well, you 3 better brace yourselves. By the end of this, James is gonna be in pretty bad shape. What do you mean? Flora asked with concern. This is just a spar, right? Yes and no. Siyu Chilin replied, finding it difficult to put his thoughts into words. If James doesn't pull out all the stops, there's a real chance that he could die. We have to stop this. Mizore said almost hysterically. Why would his master put him through something like this? As she tried to rush forward onto the sparring field, Mocha wrapped her arms around Mizore from behind, holding her in place. Mocha, why are you stopping me? Mizore asked with an angry glare. You need to calm down. Mocha said, tightening her grip on Mizore. It's clear James is going through this of his own free will. Stepping in to stop it would be disrespecting him. Master Scathach did say something after she finished sparring with Flora. Dante said before being interrupted. You mean before she started kicking your ass, right? Lady said with a smirk. Shut up. Dante replied with a pointed glare. Like I was saying. Master Scathach said something earlier. She said she wanted us all to watch so we knew how far we needed to grow in order to stand with our king. Not like that shit matters to me, though. What does that mean? Mocha asked, thinking that they were already standing with James. Although it pains me to admit it, James outclasses all of us. Siyu Chilin said while gritting his teeth and clenching his fists. And not by a small amount. Everyone looked at Siyu Chilin with amazement. Even you and Dante. Flora asked skeptically. Yeah. Siyu Chilin admitted, clenching his fists even tighter. How strong is he, really? Mocha asked herself with the flame of determination growing in her eyes. Master Scathach also said that you 3, Mizore, Mocha, and Flora, need to witness this especially. Dante said with his attention shifting back to the fight that was about to begin. You have to raise yourself as close to James' level as you can. That way, you won't become a weakness for any of his enemies to exploit. At the same time in the middle of the training ground, James and Scathach were chatting casually. It seems you have chosen a fine group of companions, my disciple. Scathach said as she glanced to where James Peerage was gathered. They seem to truly cherish you as their king. Yeah. James replied with a smile. Asking for more would be selfish. But since I'm a half-devil, that should be fine, right? Oh. You still want for more? Scathach asked in mild curiosity. Well, I have 4 pawns, a queen, a bishop, and a rook, left. James explained. So, if I want to fill out my peerage, I have to find more companions, don't I? I see. Scathach replied with a nod of acknowledgement. Then slamming the butt end of her spear into the ground, she continued. Now, enough idle chatter. Let us begin. Taking her stance, Scathach immediately charged toward James. At the same time, James dropped into an Iato stance, with his right hand on the hilt of Okairu Sakura. Once she was in range, Scathach launched a volley of thrusts at James from many angles with varying speeds. James, to his credit, avoided 99 of the incoming thrusts without even drawing his blade. The last one, however, was unavoidable. The rest of Scathach's thrusts all led James to be exactly where she wanted him to be, all for the last strike. And James knew it. Expecting things to play out this way, James finally unsheathed Okairu Sakura and parried the last thrust. Scathach, also expecting James' response to the situation, attempted to use the side of James' blade as a pivot point, leveraging the counterforce to reposition herself for a backheel kick to James' chin. Unfortunately, James was able to observe Scathach's positioning. So, in response, he made her fulcrum disappear. Scatter, Senbon Sakura. With that, James' blade broke down into 1,000 or so cherry blossom petal-shaped blades. Half of which he directed at Scathach, forcing her to take some distance. Spinning her spear and lashing at the petals, Scathach was able to clear her surroundings quite quickly. And just as she did, she heard James' voice. You who is crowned with the name of man, wearing a mask of flesh and blood, flying on 10,000 fluttering wings, with thunder's carriage and an empty spinning wheel, break the light into 6 pieces, carve a twin lotus on a wall of pale blue flames, and await the blazing fires to reach the distant heavens. Bakudo number 61, Rikujikoro, 6 light rods prison. At that moment, around Scathach 6 thin sheets of light appeared and intersected at her waist, immobilizing her briefly. Taking advantage of the opening, James had already sheathed the hilt of Okairu Sakura. Once again dropping into an Iato stance, James used the flash step and closed the distance with Scathach. Once in range, he quickly unsheathed Mangetsu no Shitada, aiming his slash at Scathach's throat. Unfortunately, Scathach had swiftly dispelled James' Kyoto spell, but with no time to raise her weapon, she arched her back. Narrowly avoiding the incoming slash, Scathach was prepared to straighten her back. And when she did, Mangetsu no Shitada's sheath struck her on the right side of her face. Blown away by the swing of James' sheath, Scathach righted her posture just in time to intercept the petal blades with her spear. In a fantastic show of spear handling, Scathach deflected every one of the 1,000 small blades with spearmanship alone. Then, she turned and lashed out with her spear toward her blind spot, parrying James' thrust which resembled the Gatatsu from Rurouni Kenshin. Using the counter force from Scathach's parry, James ducked low and performed a leg sweep. Raising her leg, Scathach stepped over the sweep and thrust her spear at James' chest. Before the spear could reach him, a cloud of cherry blossom blades intercepted it. With the time Senbon Sakura had granted him, James stood. Simultaneously, he performed a rising slash. Scathach stepped back to avoid it and created distance between them. Simultaneously, James called the petal blades back around him. At the same time, James' Peerage gaped at the display of martial skills. What the hell was that? Dante said with one hand holding Siyu Chulin by the shoulder while the other pointed at the sparring field. I'm gonna need you to be more specific, Dante. Siyu Chulin said as he swept Dante's hand from his shoulder. That spell. Dante said with his eyes wide open. I thought Senbon Sakura was his only means of ranged attack. You're the one who mentioned it first, right? Siyu Chulin said with a roll of his eyes. James is going all out. Though, I've never seen that one. The last time I saw any of his Kyoto, he had only created up to Bakudo 37. Kyoto. Bakudo. Lady asked, just as confused as Dante. Aren't those from Bleach? Siyu Chulin nodded, but before he could explain Mizore interrupted. James said that he based the Kyoto in Bleach off of the Kyoto spells he was developing to go with his combat style. Dante, Lady, and Flora were impressed, as were the others when they first heard about it. If they ever found out that it was the exact opposite, their faces would be a sight to see, indeed. Dante then got back to the point. asking a question indignantly. If he's been developing that set of spells for so long, why hasn't he ever used any of them in our free sparring sessions? Wow. You really are an idiot. Lady said disdainfully. In this fight against Master Scathach, James is going all out. You clearly aren't strong or skilled enough to force James to show his whole hand. Gore. Dante growled in anger. While his peerage was talking about the fight, James and Scathach had exchanged many more sword and spear strikes. Defended against Kyoto and rune spells. After another 4 or 5 minutes with no one taking the advantage, Scathach pulled her distance and began to speak. You've grown more than I expected. Scathach said with a slight smile on her lips. Now, I think the time is right to push you to your limits. James tensed as with the end of her words, another spear appeared in her free hand. Fuck me. James said weakly. He was having enough trouble with fending off just one spear. What would his body look like after she was done using 2 spears? I get the feeling this is gonna hurt. A lot. James thought to himself. Focus, partner. Drake interjected as James began to escape reality. Hearing his closest ally's voice, James snapped back to reality. Luckily, Scathach had given him time to take his stance. James then took a deep breath. When he exhaled, a red light covered his left hand and forearm. When it faded, in its place, there was a red teku with gold accents and a green jewel on the back of the hand. For the first time in the fight, James felt it necessary to use the boosted gear. Boost. So, Drake, theoretically how many boosts would I need to defeat her? James asked inwardly. I don't think that's the question you should be asking right now, partner, Drake said with a chuckle. What you should be more concerned with is, how long will you survive to accumulate boosts? Fair point. Whoa, she's coming. James exclaimed internally. Knowing that James must have been strategizing with Drake, Scathach gave him a few moments. After she felt he had had enough time, she rushed at him. Thrusting and sweeping with her dual spear style. James, to his credit, avoided, defended, or parried most of Scathach's strikes with his blade. And for those attacks that proved too much for just one blade to defend, Senbon Zakura would intercept. In one of the brief moments Senbon Zakura bought him, James raised his left hand with his index and middle finger pointed at Scathach. Boost. Heido number 4, Jigiki Byakurai, Heavy Strike Pale Lightning. Using the modified version of Heido number 4, James released a red bolt of lightning from his extended fingertips that flashed toward Scathach. Using the spear in her left hand, Scathach deflected the lightning upward. At the same time, James flash-stepped to her right while he directed Senbon Zakura to the blind spot behind her on the left. Simultaneously, James swung Mangetsu no Shitada down at Scathach's shoulder while the petal blades swarmed at her kidney. Boost. In response, Scathach pulled her left spear down, then spun like a spinning top. As she rotated, she made minute adjustments to her spear's trajectory to intercept all the incoming attacks. Though James kept up the attacks long enough for 3 more boosts, he had to step back eventually due to fatigue. If I wait any longer, I probably will lose before I can use it. James said inwardly. I'm going for it, Drake. Do it, partner. Drake said excitedly. His aura rising along with his battle lust. Explosion. James then felt his parameters skyrocket. With his increased speed combined with his flash step, James seemed to teleport to Scathach's side. The two then exchanged a flurry of sword and spear strikes, punches, kicks, elbow strikes, knee strikes, and various spells. By the time James' boost ended and the two separated, they were both covered in injuries. Though Scathach's were decidedly lighter. James had more than a few new holes all over his arms, legs, and torso with various cuts and bruises covering his entire body. Scathach, on the other hand, had a couple of cuts in her battle suit, a bruise on the left side of her face, and a streak of dry blood trailing from the left side of her mouth to her chin. Pant damn pant. James muttered between ragged breaths. I pant new pant that wouldn't be pant enough. It looks like you've reached your limit, my disciple. Scathach said while walking toward the exhausted James. I believe the time to end this has come. Scathach then broke into a sprint with the spear in her right hand poised to strike. And James could feel it. Whether he was able to defend against this strike or not, he would fall. However, the killing intent Scathach exuded let him know. If I can't block this, I'm going to die. James realized that instinctively. Unfortunately, he was unable to raise either of his swords. Also, Senbon Sakura had been dispelled once James' stamina ran dry. Noticing that Scathach's next strike, like most in this fight had, aimed to take James' life, the members of his peerage grew worried. And finally, Mizor could not help but scream. James! Watch out! I'm really gonna die. James thought to himself. As the thought that he would die settled into his psyche, James grew angry. In his anger, his perception sped up exponentially. It felt as if Scathach's spear was moving in slow motion. His incoming death was crystal clear. This increased his anger even more. When his anger reached its peak, he roared indignantly. Fuck that shit. I can't die here. I still have to put my foot up Hades' bony ass. With his roar, James was covered in a blinding red light. Welsh Dragon Balance Breaker, Boosted Gear Shihakusho. Boost, X10. Once the light dispersed, James swung his sword to parry Scathach's thrust. However, due to the boost from the Balance Breaker state and the other subsequent boosts, Scathach was sent flying along with her spear. She eventually landed upright and observed her disciple's current state. At the same time, James was looking over himself, as well. He was currently wearing a red Shihakusho, similar to the Soul Reapers in Bleach, with 10 green jewels scattered about his outfit. Relieved that he was able to defend against Scathach's final strike, James relaxed. When he did, the Balance Breaker dispelled and James lost consciousness. Before he hit the ground, Scathach appeared and caught him. Lowering herself and James to the ground, Scathach placed his head on her lap. Using her rune magic with her left hand, she patted James' head with her right. You did well, my disciple. Scathach said with a proud smile. Chapter 58, Good News for Kunu on the last day of their first year. Human World, Japan, Kyoto. 3 months have passed since James and his peerage finished training with Scathach in the Land of Shadows. By the end of those 10 days of training, everyone's strength increased noticeably. Mizor and Mocha were now intermediate level, high class in strength with fighting skills that would allow them to contend with beings 1 level higher. Lady was now an advanced level, middle rank being. During her time with Scathach, she was advised to combine her hand-to-hand fighting skills and gunplay. In the end she began using a sort of variant of dual-wielding gun kata. Using the pistol in her right hand primarily for offense and the submachine gun in her left as defense. Flora had also broken the threshold of middle rank shortly after leaving Dun Scath, currently at the peak of the initial level. Something to take note of in her case, James gifted her a set of gauntlets and greaves enchanted with thunder. The last 2 members of James' peerage, Siyu Chulin and Dante have both broken into the initial level of the ultimate rank. In Dante's case, when using Devil Trigger, he can fight on par with James for as long as the transformation holds out. James, however, did not increase much in power level. He did, however, rise from the initial level to the intermediate level of the ultimate rank, while wearing Scathach's seals. Instead, he spent more time helping his peerage hone their skills instead of increasing their power. Because having power is useless if you cannot properly utilize it. Guiding Mocha and Flora in mixed martial arts, helping Lady refine her gun kata by explaining more optimized attack angles and defense strategies, sparring with Siyu Chulin and Dante, refining the sword skills of the latter, and helping Mizor come up with new movesets for her ice manipulation ability. For example, James drew pictures of Haku's ice-style jutsu from Naruto, which Mizor tried implementing immediately. Though, progress has been slow. Outside of training, the 3rd term of the group's first year has ended. For the midterm and final exams, the rankings between the 7 in Class 1A were the same. Sona regained her position in first place. Following her were James, Tsubaki, Rhea, Rias, Aquino, and Flora, who had managed to raise her class rank to 7th. James Stalker followed him diligently for the last 3 months, as well. Although James does not believe the creeper will stay hidden for much longer. During the trip to the Land of Shadows over winter break, James had mentioned the issue to Scathach. She, in turn, taught him how to integrate his soul sight with his perception. James has yet to master the technique, but when he does, he will be able to pinpoint the location of everything with a soul that his perception can reach. Which, if pushed to the maximum, can extend to 3/4 of Koa's surface area. Another thing to take note of, Mizore, Mocha, and Yudo have all taken and passed the Koa Academy entrance exams. With Mocha placing first, Yudo placing second, and Mizore placing third. Mizore was quite upset about her placing, of course. After a few head pats and kisses, she did not find placing third so bad. If she only knew. For placing first, James rewarded Mocha by eating her out until she could not speak straight for the 5 following hours. Also, Siyu Chulin went on his date with Tsubaki the day they returned from Dun Scath. From what Rias and Akino, who thought it would be fun to spy on the couple, said. They both seemed to really enjoy themselves. They even shared their first kiss. Which everyone saw. For no reason other than poor timing. Everyone, other than Rias and Akino, had been in the underworld, and at that moment, they teleported onto the street between James and Sona's houses. Instead of the teasing the couple expected, however, they were congratulated warmly. The teasing was simply held off until later. Today, like they always do at the end of a term, James, Rias, Sona, Akino, Tsubaki, Rhea, and Flora were walking home together. So, what are your plans for the spring break, James? Rias asked, with a slight spring in her step. She was quite happy after all, she had regained her former class rank. I don't really have any plans for this break. James said with a shrug of his shoulders. Mizore and I have already finished drawing our latest manga, Soul Eater, and I don't know what else we're going to make. You told us that both Bleach and School Rumble will be ending during the spring break, right? Rhea asked with stars in her eyes. I'm really looking forward to your next work, Sensei. James smiled at Rhea's enthusiasm. Rias, however, could not help poking fun at the girl, though. Oh, you're really looking forward to it, huh? Rhea said with a mischievous smile that resembled her mother's. I thought you were really looking forward to the new term, so you could see Yudo every day. Immediately, Rhea blushed from the tips of her ears all the way down her neck. She turned red so quickly, James thought she was opening the gate of limit. Lowering her head, Rhea spoke in a voice barely louder than a whisper. I'm looking forward to that, too. The whole group laughed in amusement. Anyway, what do the rest of you have planned? James asked, primarily looking at Rias and Sona. My Peerage and I will be training in the underworld. Rias said with determination burning in her eyes. We won't rest until I've broken this arranged marriage with that damned riser. Akino sighed and pouted in response to her, King's, declaration. Noticing this, James spoke to Rias with a smile. Well, since I don't have anything I want to do during the break, maybe I can help you and your Peerage train for a few days. After his words ended, James winked at Akino discreetly. At that, Rias and Akino lit up with joy. Sona on the other hand was a bit dejected. Then with the flames of determination lighting up in her eyes as well, she spoke to James. Well, since you don't have any training to do. Sona spoke hesitantly. Would you mind sparing me a few hours tomorrow afternoon? I would like to talk to you about something. Why are you asking so formally, Sona? James said as he stopped and turned to Sona. Raising his hand, he gently caressed her face. With affection in his gaze, he continued. Whenever you want some of my time, just ask and I'd be happy to open up my schedule for you. Sona blushed even harder than Rhea did earlier thanks to James' public display of affection. Rias, Akino, and Flora were burning with jealousy, wishing to be in Sona's place. Meanwhile, Rhea's blush had returned as she imagined herself and Yudo replacing Sona and James. Tsubaki, on the other hand, was grumbling internally about how awkward Siyu Chilin was, with a bright smile and a light blush on her own face. Unable to take it anymore, Flora wrapped her arms and sizable breasts around James' free arm and spoke. James, when you go to help with Rias and Akino's training, take me with you, please. Flora said with upturned eyes and a beautiful smile. I'd like to work with Akino some more. She helped me a lot in manipulating lightning. Well, thunder in my case, but you get it. Unfortunately, Flora was unable to withstand manipulating lightning. As a devil, her physique is naturally weak to the light element. And as it turns out, lightning is a compound element. With the combination of light and thunder, lightning is created. Sure, I don't mind. James replied with a smile. Do you mind helping her out, Aquino? Of course not. Aquino said with a sweet smile. Teaching Flora has helped me recognize some of my own flaws. So, I'm just as grateful as she is. Thank you, Aquino. Flora said with a smile. Releasing James' arm, she then rushed over to Aquino and gave her a big hug. James' eyes lit up when he saw their rather ample assets pressed against each other. Noticing James' excitement, Flora and Aquino made eye contact for a moment, then they both turned to James and smiled seductively. Seeing this, Rias could tell what would happen, for at least one night, after James helped her and her peerage with their training. She did not, however, flare up with anger. The day James reprimanded her, he left a mark on her. And every time she thinks about it, she has a new damp spot in her panties. Tearing his eyes away from the tantalizing view with great difficulty, James turned his attention to Tsubaki and Rhea. And what do you two plan on doing over the break? James asked curiously. The slight teasing smile could not be hidden, though. The girls looked at each other for a moment before Tsubaki was the first to respond. I plan to train. Date. With see you chillin' when I have free time. Tsubaki said while adjusting her glasses and ignoring Aquino's interruption. Though her cheeks did redden a bit. Otherwise, I will be assisting Sona with her matters. Chuckling, James nodded at Tsubaki's response and Aquino's interruption. Then, he turned his attention to Rhea. And you? James asked with a smile still present on his face. Well. Rhea replied awkwardly. Sarahfall-sama said she wanted to train me in magic, personally, over the break. Oh. That's a great opportunity. Why do you look so reluctant? James asked with curiosity. Well, the thing is. Rhea began to reply hesitantly. It's okay, Rhea. Sona said, interrupting her stammering, Bishop. Elder sister said she wants to prove that she's a better teacher than Graphia. Smack. Bringing his right fist down into his left palm, James' eyes lit up with comprehension. I get it. James exclaimed, then with a mischievous glint in his eyes, he turned to Sona and continued. I can hear Saratan now. There's no way I'll let Sotan's mage class be weaker than the one Graphia-chan taught. That should be about what she said, right? From the way Sona blushed and pouted, James did not even need her to answer his question. Because of that, he laughed uproariously while they were walking through James, Sona, and Flora's neighborhood. Eventually, Flora split from the group, heading to her own home. Shortly after, James, Rias and Aquino separated from Sona, Tsubaki, and Rhea when they reached their houses. See you tomorrow, Sona. James said while waving his hand. After a short wave in return, the two groups entered the two houses. When James entered his house, he, Rias, and Aquino took their shoes off at the entrance while James announced his return. Honey, I'm home. James shouted loud enough to reach everyone in the house. Really? I love Lucy, Rias asked in confusion. It's a classic. James said with no shame. Fufufu. Aquino giggled in her signature way with a hand covering her mouth. Not long after James announced his return, a little blonde missile with fox ears and tails flew toward the entrance. Her target lock was clearly locked on James. Catching the girl, James spoke. Hey, Kunu. What's got you so excited? With a happy smile on her face, Kunu replied. A letter from Mommy came today. That's great. James said happily. What did it say? Mommy said that her work was almost over. Kunu said while clapping her hands in joy. And she asked you, Rias Onizan, and Sono Onizan to bring me home with you when you go to Kyoto during your class trip. She's well informed. Rias said with a smile. I guess that makes sense, though. We are, more or less, renting Kuo from her faction. Whatever the reason, I think tonight is a great night to celebrate. Right, Kunu. James said, lifting Kunu up over his head. Yeah. Kunu shouted in joy, raising her hands over her head happily. I'll call Sona, Tsubaki, Rhea, and Flora. Aquino said, fishing her smartphone out of her pocket. "Thanks, Aquino," James said while smiling in Aquino's direction. Not wanting to seem useless, Rias frantically racked her brain for something she could do to add to the celebration. Her eyes lit up when she had an idea. "Should I get Kaneko, Yuto, and Gasper?" Rias asked as she raised a finger to her chin. "No need," Venelana said with a smile, walking out from the living room. "They're already here." Rias looked at her mother and pouted. Venelana's smile widened seeing her daughter's reaction. Eventually, the whole group that vacationed in Martinique came together and celebrated Kunu's good news until the wee hours of the morning. Chapter 59, Caught in the Act, R18. Chapter 60, Looking Back While Training with the Gremory Peerage. 3 days have passed since the issue between James, Sona, and Sarahfall. In the end, Sarahfall lost the argument. How was it solved? James had to use a little manipulation. However, things did not go quite as planned. Flashback. Human world, Japan, Kyoto, Sona's estate. An hour after Sarahfall barged into Sona's residence, she was still rampaging. James had even grown tired of teasing her. Sona was also done with the whole situation. Especially since for the last 45 minutes, Sarahfall had been stomping around the room ranting about the morality of the situation. To be honest, James would have thought it was hilarious if it had not been going on for so long. Sarahfall was so into her one-man show, she had not even realized that James and Sona were no longer paying attention to her. In fact, they were casually playing chess. Though the mood had been ruined, Sona knew if she could get Sarahfall to leave, she and James would have around 3 more hours to have fun. The problem was, how would they make her leave? "James, what do we do?" Sona asked while massaging her forehead. "Well, I have an idea," James said as he placed his bishop. "I don't know if you'll be okay with it, though. I'll decide after hearing what it is," Sona said as she narrowed her eyes. "If it's something that could hurt my elder sister, though, don't even mention it. I promise it won't hurt Saratan," James said, raising his hands disarmingly. "Not that we could even if we wanted to." That's true, Sona said with annoyance. "It's hard to believe someone that strong could be so childish. Anyway, let's hear it." James and Sona then leaned over the table and James whispered into Sona's ear. After a few moments they separated. Sona had a look of shock and annoyance on her face. Meanwhile, James had a look that screamed, "What else do you want me to do?" Eventually, Sona gave in. Do you think this could really work? Sona asked, uncertainty and unwillingness lacing her tone. "It's the best I've been able to come up with since she got here," James said with a wry smile. "Fine, I'll try," Sona said with a pout. Taking a deep breath, Sona closed her eyes to prepare herself for what she was about to do. Satan. Ugh, that sounds like I'm praying to my sister, Sona thought to herself as she put herself in the right frame of mind to execute James' plan. "I can't believe I'm about to do this." Suddenly, Sona opened her eyes. Instead of the sharp expression she usually wears, now, she looked like the most bullied girl in all the realms. With tears in her eyes, caused because of the embarrassment she was feeling, Sona turned to her sister who was skulking around the room. "Sarahwunchan," Sona said softly in a trembling voice. "Huh." Sarahfall's monologue ended abruptly. When she looked at Sona, who had called her, her soul almost jumped out of her body. "Sotan, what's wrong?" Before her question was finished, Sarahfall appeared next to Sona with her arms wrapped around her. A mixture of rage and concern in her expression. She then turned her rage-filled eyes in James' direction. Although his expression did not change, James was shaking on the inside. "Holy shit, she's scary when she's pissed off," James thought to himself, thinking that this plan may not have been such a good idea. "Did this boy do something to make you cry?" Sarahfall asked as her pressure started to coalesce around James. Noticing the situation about to take a bad turn, Sona frantically shook her head. "No, James has been trying to cheer me up," Sona said with a bit of fear leaking into her tone. With Sarahfall's overbearing love mixed with her impulsive nature, she was afraid for James' safety. Exhaling a sigh of relief, Sarahfall turned her attention back to Sona. Then, what made you cry? Sarahfall asked in a gentle tone. Wani-chan, why are you being so mean to me and James? Sona finally found an insertion point for James' plan to officially begin. Sarahfall panicked a bit, then asked in an uncertain tone. What do you mean, Sotan? Sarahfall could not wrap her head around what Sona was thinking. Sniff *, why are you trying to break me and James apart? Sona asked tearfully. Loving James isn't enough. Wani-chan, will you take the one I love away from me like everyone else in the underworld wants to? With that, Sarahfall froze. Was I really trying to deprive Sona of something that she loves? Sarahfall thought to herself as her eyes swam around, unable to make eye contact with Sona right now. But. I saw you having sex. You're not even married yet. Sarahfall said, not even believing her own words as to why she was trying to stop them. But we're devils. Sona said weakly. What's wrong with what we were doing? Right. What were they doing wrong? Sarahfall asked herself as well. Why did I get so angry about it? Sarahfall fell silent. James and Sona were a bit confused. Things were not going according to script. James sitting at the table, and Sona, in her sister's embrace, looked at each other in confusion. Eventually Sarahfall ended her contemplation. I'm sorry Sotan, Jaekuin. Sarahfall said while hanging her head. This caused James and Sona to panic. I accept your apology, Wani-chan. But why are you so sad? Sona asked frantically. *I*, a lot of devils think I was made the new Leviathan because the original was the only woman among the great Satans. Sarahfall explained with a hint of depression in her tone. The truth is, I was chosen to be the new Leviathan because Leviathan represents envy. And the main sin that guides my actions is also envy. James and Sona were dumbfounded, they did not expect the topic to get so heavy, so quickly. However, Sarahfall continued her monologue. That's the reason for my one-sided rivalry with Graphia-chan and the Archangel Gabriel. Sona said with a clenched fist. I'm envious of Graphia-chan because she got a good husband. If a cis-con, on the same level as you, qualifies as a good husband. James and Sona thought simultaneously. And Gabriel is said to be more beautiful than I am. Those are the only reason I made them my rivals. James and Sona fell silent, they had no idea what to say. Not that it mattered, shortly after the room fell silent, Sarahfall broke it. I'm going home. Sarahfall said dejectedly. I'll talk to you later, Sotan, Jaekuin. After that, Sarahfall cast a teleportation circle and vanished. It took a while for James and Sona to process what had just happened. Eventually, they decided to put it behind them and revisit the matter later. Instead, they made the best of the free time they still had left. For the next 2.5 hours, they fucked like rabbits, on every surface in Sona's bed and bathroom. Flashback end . Underworld, Gremory territory, Gremory estate. Late in the evening, James was sparring with Kaneko while Flora, Rias, and the rest of her peerage observed. Kaneko was using her small size to her advantage, just as James had been teaching her. Although she was doing well, Kaneko was unable to land a solid blow on James. He would either dodge or deflect all her attacks. On occasion, he would even counterattack. You're doing well, Kaneko. James said as he avoided a high kick. Kaneko, due to exertion, was unable to reply. Instead, she steadied her footing and threw a barrage of jabs, straights, elbow strikes, hooks, and uppercuts. James dodged those he could and used his open hands to redirect those he could not. Eventually, Kaneko got impatient. Jumping into the air, she threw an overhand right. James could only shake his head inwardly. Pivoting on his left foot while tilting his head, he dodged the powerful blow. Before Kaneko could pass, though, James pivoted back and used his right knee to strike her in the abdomen, knocking the wind out of her and putting an end to the spar. After receiving that blow, Kaneko fell to the ground, coughing violently. Shortly after, while she was trying to catch her breath, the onlookers made their way to the two combatants. Kaneko, you've gotten a lot better. Flora said, handing the white-haired girl a towel. Cough, Thanks. Kaneko said in monotone. Flora took no offense to this, she already knew, that's just how Kaneko is. Flora's right, you've really improved a lot. James said as he began to pat Kaneko on the head. Kaneko narrowed her eyes in pleasure at James' touch. We have to find a way to stop your bad habit of overextending when you're anxious, though. James said with a smile. You have to remember, staying cool is key in combat. Kaneko agreed and nodded to show it. James, thank you for helping us train. Ria said with a smile. It's a big help. No problem. James said with a smile as he removed his hand from Kaneko's head. I like working with your peerage, you have such talented members. Makes me regret that I didn't take Akino for myself when I had the chance. James winked at Akino as he finished speaking. While Akino smiled back elegantly, Rias blushed. Embarrassed because she remembered that day. Her actions that day were a lot worse than James deserved from her. And now that she has realized it, she still feels bad about it. Anyway, tomorrow I'll be sparring with you, Kiba. James said while shifting his attention to Kyoto. After that, we'll discuss some ideas to make the most out of your sacred gear, Sword Birth. Sword Birth is a sacred gear that gives the wielder the ability to create demonic swords. The swords could have any property the wielder can imagine. Kiba's issue is that he creates extremely simple swords. Luckily, James has a whole world's otaku culture of cool swords in his brain. Not to mention he has seen a few in his travels, like Rebellion and Yamato. Sure. Yuto said with a casual smile. The truth of the matter is, although Yuto has been training with Surzex, Knight, Okita Tsuji, he feels like he gains more from sparring with James. There is a reason for that, of course. During training, James and Yuto will each take a side. Either offense or defense. Then, during their sessions James will explain what he does right or wrong and how he can improve. Whereas Okita teaches sword forms, then they spar. Usually, Yuto is left to figure out how to improve beyond that by himself. Well, you guys should get some rest. James said with a smile while stretching. Rest is just as important as training when you're trying to improve. The group nodded in understanding, then everyone made their way back to the mansion. On the way, James spoke to Kaneko. Kaneko. Huh? Kaneko tilted her head as she turned in James' direction. I know you don't want to use it because of what you went through with your sister, but if you ever want to be strong enough to find out why she left you behind, you'll need it. James said without turning back. You have to be strong enough to get the things you want and protect the things you have. Kaneko stopped in place with a frown on her face. As she was digesting James' words, James also came to a stop. Then, he turned and returned to her side. Once there, he reached out his hand and patted her head again, causing Kaneko to narrow her eyes in pleasure, immediately. Also, if you get an answer to your question, you need to be strong enough to give her a spanking if the reason is stupid, right? James said with a big, infectious smile. At that, Kaneko's usually stoic mask broke for a moment, then she smiled like a girl her age should. Chapter 61, What Akino is Into, R18. Chapter 62, Two's Company. Three's Awesome. R18. Chapter 63, Nailed It. Underworld, Gremory Territory, Gremory Estate. The next morning, James woke up bright and early like he usually does. On his left and right, Flora and Akino were sleeping peacefully. Feeling that it was about time to get up, James slipped out from between them, trying not to wake the sleeping girls. Unfortunately, as they were both middle-rank beings, they were a lot more sensitive to their surroundings. Yawn good morning. Flora said after a long yawn. Good morning, Akino said as she rubbed her eyes. Good morning. James replied to the girls' greetings. It's okay if you sleep a little longer, you know. We have to train. Flora said stubbornly. Yeah, what she said. Akino said lethargically without a hint of her usual elegance. Whatever you say, I'm gonna take a shower, alone. James said, emphasizing the word, alone. Why? Akino asked in a whiny tone. She was looking forward to bathing with him again, like they did in Martinique. Because, I know you're trying to have another bath like we did in Martinique, James said, seeing through Aquino's thoughts easily. Aquino could only pout at James' rejection. Flora, on the other hand, was filled with curiosity. What happened in the bathroom on Martinique? Flora asked, expecting a good story. Ignoring Flora's question, James leaned over and pecked the girls on the lips. Then he turned and headed for the bathroom adjoined to his bedroom. After half an hour, James had showered and brushed his teeth. Dressing in some light clothes to train in, James stepped back into the bedroom. When he arrived, Aquino and Flora were gone. Well, let's get the day started, James said to himself. After that, James made his way through the Gremery mansion toward the training ground. On his way, the maids all blushed when they looked at him. Tilting his head in confusion, James continued on his way. Until he saw Graphia. Rounding a corner, James noticed that he and Graphia were going in the same direction, at least for a little while, so he decided to speak. "Hey, big sis Graphia," James said energetically. "Good morning." Hearing James' greeting, Graphia stopped. As James caught up, Graphia began walking again. "Good morning, James." Graphia returned the greeting with a nod. After a few steps, James asked the question that was bothering him. "As the head maid, do you have any idea why all the maids are looking at me funny?" James asked, genuinely confused. Uncharacteristically, Graphia blushed when she heard James' question. Though, her expression did not change in the slightest. As Sirzex does not live in the Gremery estate and Graphia takes her duties as a maid far too seriously, Graphia lives in the servant quarters. She knows the truth behind the maids' blushing faces and awkward glances. It's remarkably simple, actually. The guest rooms and the servant quarters are in the same wing of the mansion. Also, Aquino and Flora's voices carried quite well last night. So, it just so happens that everyone in the servant quarters, including Graphia, heard James, Aquino, and Flora's sexual escapades. "You should remember to put up a silencing barrier next time," Graphia said while blushing. "He's only 16, could he really be that good?" Graphia asked herself while remembering the moans that reverberated through the entire wing of the estate. "I don't think I've ever screamed like those girls did. Wait, what am I thinking?" Graphia had to shake her head to drive those thoughts out. She knew she should not be comparing her sex life with Sirzex to what she heard last night. Without breaking stride, James and Graphia walked through the mansion's corridors. Eventually they parted ways. While James headed to the training grounds, Graphia went about her own duties. When James made it to the training grounds, Rias, Kaneko, Kyoto, and Gasper were already there. "You're late," Rias said with her hands resting on her hips. "And where are Aquino and Flora?" "Actually, James is right on time," Kaneko said quietly. "Those two will be a little late, they're not too steady on their feet right now," James said with a proud smile. Hearing his response and seeing that smile, told everyone exactly why Aquino and Flora would be late. And after it sunk in, the four of them reacted differently. Rias was burning in jealousy, Kaneko lowered her head with her cheeks having turned slightly red, Kyoto smiled wryly, and Gasper was so embarrassed that he panicked. "If Aquino had that much energy left after training last night, I guess that means we need to raise the intensity from now on," Rias said with a fierce glint in her eyes. "I get the feeling if that happens, Aquino will make her way to my room again tonight," James thought after hearing Rias' declaration. "And that will lead them into a downward spiral. Until I leave the day after tomorrow, anyway." 15 minutes later, Aquino and Flora showed up at the training ground. And like James said, their legs were a bit weak. As they entered, they both glared at James. "You two shouldn't look at me like that," James said with the proud smile returning to his face. "You loved it last night." After James spoke, Aquino and Flora adopted sloppy smiles while they thought about what happened last night. Seeing their reactions, Rias pouted while Kaneko looked at the two older girls curiously. "Clap. All right, we're burning daylight," James said after clapping his hands to bring everyone back to the here and now. "Kiba, you're with me. Everyone else do your thing." With that, everyone separated to work on their training schedules for the day. Flora and Kaneko went off and began sparring in hand-to-hand combat. Meanwhile, Rias, Aquino, and Gasper went in 3 different directions so they could experiment and improve their magical and racial abilities. James and Yuto also moved away from everyone else. James drew Okairu Sakura while Yuto conjured a demonic sword using sword birth. "You're on offense today," James said as he readied his stance. After a moment, Yuto charged forward. An hour later, Yuto was using one of his demonic swords to support himself. While trying to regulate his breathing, he listened as James told him where his flaws were and how he could improve them. After coaching Yuto for about 30 minutes, James asked a question. "So, have you thought of any new swords you could create?" "Unfortunately, no," Yuto said with a shake of his head. "Have you ever thought of combining 2 attributes in order to strengthen your offense, defense, or support abilities?" James asked with a smile. "What do you mean?" Yuto asked with interest shining in his eyes. "For example, you could make a sword with the properties of fire and wind," James said, gesticulating with his hands. "No matter how hard you try, you can only make the fire so hot, right?" Yuto nodded in agreement. "Well, if you add the property of wind, the flames the sword produces will strengthen on their own," James said, finishing his explanation. At that, Yuto's eyes lit up. Clearly, he was eager to experiment. "Or, what if you made a sword with 2 blades?" James asked, thinking of a samurai from Marvel Comics. "If the 2 blades are close enough together, and they run parallel to each other and your attack connects, it would make stitching up the wound near impossible." Yuto shuddered at how vicious that weapon would be. Even still, he could not help but imagine the damage it could do. Another would be to make one that has the property of wind, James said as he thought about a version of Excalibur from another universe. If you wrap the sword in enough wind to bend the light around it, you could make your sword invisible to your opponent. I'm not exactly sure how that works scientifically, though. For the next 45 minutes, James bounced ideas off of Yuto, hoping that something would stick. Eventually, James brought this topic to an end. He then put on a more solemn expression. "Kiba, have you given up on your revenge yet?" James asked while looking Yuto straight in the eyes. "No," Yuto exclaimed while gritting his teeth. Nodding his head, James did not try to dissuade the younger boy. Instead, he asked, "I've heard your story from Riri, but would you mind letting me hear it from your point of view?" James asked in genuine curiosity. Taking a deep breath, Yuto got his emotions in check. Then, he nodded, agreeing to tell James his story. Before he was reincarnated, Yuto was a human raised by the church named Isaiah. An orphan taken in by the church, he was eventually brought in to participate in an experiment. An experiment to create artificial holy sword wielders. Artificial Excalibur wielders, to be precise. With other children of about the same age, Isaiah, like them, were unaware of what would happen to them. As none of them fell during the experiments, they got along just fine. With their faith in the biblical God, they sang hymns to keep their spirits high. Eventually, the experiment was dubbed a failure. Because of that, the men running the experiment decided to eliminate all the test subjects. Flooding the experiment site with poisonous gas, the children began to fall one by one. However, they worked together to give one of their young comrades a chance to escape. They chose the most talented of their group, Isaiah. Eventually, the boy made it out of the facility. Unfortunately, he had inhaled too much of the poison, dying shortly after his escape. Shortly after, he was resurrected as a devil and given the name Kiba Yuto by Rias Gremory and became her knight. By the time Yuto finished his story, he was gritting his teeth with tears streaming down his face. "Fuck the church," James said in disgust. "Yeah," Yuto said with depression in his tone. "But I heard that the father who was conducting those experiments was excommunicated shortly after the experiment failed. If he hadn't been, I would label heaven just as evil as the original Satan's," James said with a smirk. "Anyway, I can understand why you burn with revenge. The question is, why do you want to destroy the fragments of Excalibur for your revenge? That, I really don't understand. I mean, the swords didn't actually do anything to you, right? Although it may sound unbelievable, Excalibur was broken into 7 pieces in a war centuries ago. After collecting all the pieces, or fragments, the church tasked its alchemists to reforge the fragments into 7 swords, each of which bore the name Excalibur. It's because of those swords that my friends and I were disposed of like that. Yuto said, his words leaking venom. No, Kiba. James said with a firm tone. It's because of the father who ran that facility that you and your friends were disposed of. Don't confuse the issue. What do you know? Kiba roared in rage. Without warning, Yuto found himself slammed into the ground with his left arm twisted and locked behind his back. As he struggled to free himself, the one who put him in this position, James, spoke. My father, Cassiel Alaverus, was created when Hades was experimenting to create superdevils. James said calmly with wrath in his eyes. When he was deemed a failure, Hades decided to have him disposed of. Luckily, my father managed to escape. As James told his story, Yuto calmed down and listened closely. Now, based on your logic, James said while he released Yuto from his joint lock. Since I want to take revenge for what my father went through, I should go and kill Sirzex and Ajuka, right? Yuto froze. After hearing a story that was similar to his own, he was able to see another perspective. Before he could answer James, though, James helped him to his feet and dusted off his clothes with a smile. Then, when everything looked good, James smiled again like before and spoke. Now don't get me wrong, Kiba. James said, pausing briefly before he continued. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm not saying I'm right either. What I am saying is, you have to keep a cool head and think things through. Look at problems from multiple angles. If you do that, you'll find the best option for you. With that, James turned away. Before he went too far, though, he spoke once again. Well, I think that's enough for today. James said as he waved his hand, going for that setting off into the sunset vibe. I'll go check on Riri, there are some ideas I wanted to run past her. She may be able to work some of them into her moveset. Well, see you later, work hard. As he walked away, nothing interfered with his exit. Elated by that fact, James thought to himself. Nailed it. Chapter 64, The Last Day of Spring Break. Human World, Japan, Kyoto. Today, on the last day of spring break, James, Rias, Aquino, Yuto, and Flora appeared in front of James' house from a teleportation magic circle. Tomorrow will mark the beginning of the second year of high school at Kyoto Academy for James, Rias, Aquino, and Flora. While Yuto would be starting his first year. Thanks for helping us with our training. Rias said with a sweet smile while looking at James. Don't worry about it, Riri. James said, smiling back in return. It was fun for me. I had fun, too. Flora said with a smile that screamed, I enjoyed more than just the training. Fufufu. Aquino giggled while adopting the same smile as Flora. She hid it behind a hand, though. Looking at Aquino and Flora, Rias' jealousy began to spike. Before it could get out of control, she shook her head. Then, with determination burning in her eyes, she clenched her fists and thought to herself. I'll challenge Riser to a rating game, over winter break, spring break at the latest. Then, I'll finally be free to choose who I will spend the rest of my life with. As she finished her thought, Rias gazed at James longingly. At the same time, Yuto was deep in his own thoughts. For the last few days, he has been constantly replaying the conversation he had with James. Back in the underworld, Kaneko was in a state similar to Yuto. Thinking about tapping into her racial traits to get the answer she wants about her sister. Well, I'll head over to Sona's house. James said with a shrug of his shoulders. I need to pick up Kunu. Okay, we'll head home, too. Rias said, putting on a smile after breaking away from her inner thoughts. We need to get settled in for tomorrow, after all. All right, I'll see you all tomorrow. James said with a smile. See you tomorrow, darling. Flora said excitedly as she rushed in and hugged James. Once Flora separated from James' embrace, Aquino stepped forward elegantly. Placing a kiss on James' cheek, she spoke, as well. I'm already looking forward to tomorrow. Once again, Rias pouted jealously. Her desire for intimacy, through the roof. She then turned away and began to walk. Okay, Aquino, Yuto, let's go. Rias said as she walked. I'll see you tomorrow, James. With that, Aquino and Kyoto followed Rias away from James' house in the direction of Kyoto Academy. Flora, deciding now was a good time to leave as well, walked alongside them and chatted with the trio. James saw them off with a smile. However, before long, Rias, Aquino and Kyoto turned toward the house next door to James's. Seeing this, James and Flora froze in shock. Once they reached the front door, Rias reached into her pocket and pulled out a few keys. Handing one each to Aquino and Kyoto, then she turned back to the door and inserted her own key into the keyhole. Once she unlocked and opened the door, she turned back to James. "Hello, neighbor," Rias said excitedly while waving her hand. "I just moved in today. I hope we'll get along." Flora was the first to come out of her stupor. And when she did, she laughed hard. Hearing Flora's laughter, James also came back to his senses. When he did, he could only smile wryly at the slyly grinning Rias and Aquino. Kyoto was smiling awkwardly off to the side. Ha ha ha. James' wry smile eventually turned into full-blown laughter. When it died down, he spoke. "Okay, you got me there. Well, I'll see you all tomorrow." James then turned toward Sona's house. At the same time, Flora made her way back home, while Rias, Aquino, and Kyoto went inside their new home. Once James reached Sona's front door, he rang the doorbell. After a few moments, Tsubaki opened the door. Dressed as if she were about to go somewhere, James could not help but ask. "Got a date with Lancer, huh?" James said with a smile. Smiling in response, Tsubaki nodded her head happily. "Well, I guess I'll see you tomorrow at school, then," James said. Before he could ask about Kunu, the adorable little girl came running from the house's interior. "James Onaikan!" Kunu shouted as soon as she caught sight of James. Then when she was in range, she jumped and wrapped her arms around James' neck. Then, with a bright smile, she continued to speak. "Welcome back. It's good to be back." James replied with a smile. "Did you have fun with Sona and the girls?" "Aha." Kunu replied with a nod. "Everyone played with me lots. Sona Onisan told me stories about when you were little, too." "Oh, and what did she tell you about me?" James asked curiously. "Well, she told me." As Kunu went on about the stories Sona told her over the past few days, Tsubaki smiled and nodded at James before walking across the street to get Siyu Chulin. Shortly after, Sona came to the front door and greeted James with a smile. "Welcome back, James. Glad to be back." James replied with a smile. "Have you talked to your sister since that day?" "No, not yet," Sona said as she shook her head. "If I don't hear from her by Golden Week, I'll go to the underworld myself." "I'll go with you," James said resolutely. "As much as I'd like to have your support with that, I think there's something I need to talk with her about, alone," Sona said while she shook her head to James' offer. "If you say so," James said with a shrug of his shoulders. "Just remember, if you need me for anything, all you have to do is ask." "I know," Sona said with a smile and a nod. "And thank you." With that, James turned to leave. With Kunu still in his arms, he looked at his house. Unsurprisingly, he could see a pair of light blue and a pair of red eyes peering at him through one of the windows. He then turned back to Sona and spoke. "Well, I better get home," he said with a wry smile. "It seems two of my cohabitants are getting impatient." Sona giggled when she saw James' wry smile. Then, she stepped forward and raised herself on the tips of her toes and kissed James on the cheek. "Okay, I'll see you tomorrow," Sona said as she pulled her lips away. "See you tomorrow," James said in reply. After bidding Sona goodbye, James turned toward his house and crossed the street. Then, when he and Kunu reached the front door, the door opened before he could do anything. On the other side of the open door, Mizore and Mocha smiled. Clearly, they were happy he was back. Putting Kunu down, James opened his arms and spoke. "I'm home." Taking the cue, Mizore and Mocha rushed into James' outstretched arms. Hugging for a few moments, the girls released him and ushered James and Kunu into the house. Sitting at the entrance, James and Kunu removed their shoes. While they did, James asked a question. Anything to report for the last few days? James asked without looking back. Nothing of note. Mocha replied professionally. Only one stray devil was reported. Lady took care of it easily. Lady's gotten pretty good. Mizor said with a smile. When I limit my power to the same as her, we've had nothing but draws. Ever since we came back from training with Master Scathach. Well, there is a reason she has the title, Trainer of Heroes, right? James said with a smile. Anyway, how is the ice mirror technique coming along? Good. Mizor said with her eyes lighting up. It's hard to react while moving as fast as I do between the mirrors. Mizoro-Nizen's mirrors are so cool. Kunu cheered excitedly. She goes into a mirror, then she goes, whoosh. And then she's in another mirror. After changing to indoor slippers, James and the girls went to the living room. When they entered, Leona was sitting on the sofa with a frown on her face. Mom, I'm home. James said with a smile. In response, Leona did not even look in his direction. This caused the girls to giggle and James to smile wryly. Then, James walked toward the sofa she was sitting on. Mom, what's wrong? James asked as he sat next to his mother. Then he wrapped her in a hug. Humph. Leona snorted but did not reject the hug from her son. Now that my son has a few girls, he forgets about his mother, huh? What are you talking about, Mom? James said, smiling wryly. Although he knew she was teasing him, he did not know how to disarm the trap. You know I love you, how could I ever forget about you? Trying to hold back a smile, Leona kept up with her teasing. Oh, really? Leona asked with a raised eyebrow. Of course. James said with a genuine smile. Then, why did it take you 25 minutes to come and say hi to me after you teleported back? Leona asked with fake sobs. James, after hearing this question thought. She's getting impatient, huh? Mom. Are you saying I should have left Kunu until later? James asked with mock shock on his face. Leona's pupils quivered at James' question. However, before she could respond, James asked another question. And why didn't you tell me about our new neighbors? James asked sadly. I think it's you, Mother, who has forgotten about your son. Once again, Leona racked her brain for a way to regain the initiative in this conversation. But before she could come up with anything, James spoke once again. This time he put the nail in the coffin. Mizor, Mocha, my mother doesn't love me anymore. James sobbed with the saddest face he could make. Leona's eyes widened to a comical degree. Seeing this, Mizor, Mocha, and Kunu giggled as they watched James' performance. Eventually, Leona regained her calm. Then, she hung her head dejectedly. How did you turn it around? Leona asked frustratedly. Well, I have to thank Riri for that. James said with a smile. Rias. Why? Leona asked confusedly. It's elementary, my dear mother. James said with a finger raised. Nothing you've done so far can compare to a jealous outburst from the Gremory princess. Hearing that, the ladies burst into laughter immediately. Mizor shivered a bit, however, as she remembered the first time she met Rias. Because of my experience with Riri, dealing with your fake jealousy was child's play. James said with a victorious smile on his face. *I** you win this round, boy. Leona said dejectedly. Shortly afterward, though, she smiled mischievously. Anyway, onto something more interesting. James had a bad feeling when he saw his mother smile. And when he heard her next words, he knew it was much worse than he thought it would be. So, why don't you tell me about your time with Aquino and Flora? Leona asked, a victorious smile appearing on her face a moment later. As Leona's words fell, James could feel Mizor and Mocha's ears perk up in jealousy and curiosity. At the same time, Kunu tilted her head, cutely. As she was unable to understand the insinuation. James could feel cold sweat forming on the back of his neck. As he looked around the room, his vision settled on Kunu. Then his eyes lit up. I don't think now is a good time. James said with a solemn expression. This is a conversation not suitable for children. Besides, I'm a bit tired from all the training. So, see you later, bye. With that, James, Flash stepped away. Before anyone could react, the sound of James' bedroom door slamming shut echoed throughout the house. The ladies were surprised and a bit impressed at how fast his fight or flight instinct kicked in and made its decision on how to proceed. Well, damn, he got away, Leona said disappointedly. The next morning. First day of the new term . James' usual group, with 3 new additions, Mizore, Mocha, and Kyoto, were making their way to school. I wonder what classes we'll all be in, Mizore said excitedly. Well, if it's anything like it was with us, you 3 will be in the same class, Sona replied. Since you 3 were the top scorers on the entrance exams. Yeah, and we get to hear Mocha give a speech at the opening ceremony, James said with a smile. Just like Sona did the year before. I hate public speaking, Mocha said with a blush. At that, everyone laughed. And for the rest of the trip, they enjoyed their walk with laughter and chatter. Meanwhile, in a normal 2-story home, in his bedroom on the 2nd floor, a brown-haired boy was psyching himself up for his first day of high school. Okay, say. This will be the first step toward getting a harem, the boy said to himself as he smacked his hands against his cheeks. Hurry up, eyes, a middle-aged woman should from the 1st floor. If you don't, you won't have time for breakfast before you leave. Chapter 65, The Perverted Trio. Human World, Japan, Kyoto. 2 weeks have passed since the school year started. In those 2 weeks there have been few things of note that have taken place. One good thing that happened is that James' original group of 7 were placed in the same class again. Although James was certain that was not by luck. And as they all expected, Mizore, Mocha, and Kyoto were all in the same class as well. Mizore and Mocha joined the MMA club. Rias, now with 3 members, was able to start her own club. She called it the Occult Research Club. Quite ironic if you think about it. Also, Sona was promoted to vice president of the student council. As it turns out, the former VP graduated last year, and she was deemed the best replacement. One decidedly more negative piece of news would be that in Class 1D is a trio of perverted male students. In only 2 weeks, they have already been caught peeping on various girls' locker rooms 3 times. The matter of the peeping trio has been taken to the school officials. Which means that it has been taken to the devils in charge of Kyoto. Rias and Sona will be deciding the fates of the 3 perverts after school today. James will be acting as an advisor during their meeting as well. Right now, during the lunch break, James was sitting on the roof of the school building eating his lunch with the girls of his peerage, Mizore, Mocha, and Flora. While eating, James was observing the trio of perverted students as they were being hunted down by the members of the girls' kendo club. As he watched them, James frowned, clearly displeased with what he was seeing. What's wrong, James? Flora asked as she took a bite of the sandwich she packed for lunch. I don't know why you're letting it bother you, Mizore said angrily. Just have those 3 disgusting losers expelled. There must be more to it than we think, Mizore, Mocha said, trying to calm down the purple-haired girl. I'd expel them if I could too, though. Sigh if only it were that simple, James said with a frown on his face. This is gonna turn into extra work for me, like usual. What's the matter? Flora said, as she moved behind James and wrapped her arms around him. You know we'll help in any way we can. Unfortunately, you're gonna get roped into this, too, James said, not happy about what he was going to do to himself for the foreseeable future. Sigh all 3 of you. As James finished, he saw the pervert trio was caught. To no one's surprise, the girls of the kendo club beat them viciously with their shurnai. After school . James, Rias, and Sona were seated around a table in the student council room. With solemn expressions on their faces, they were about to decide the fates of 3 students. So, what did your observations reveal, James? Sona asked. Sigh those 3 are truly reprehensible, James said with a frown. I'm okay with someone being a pervert, but to do it so openly is really off-putting. How can you say you're okay with perverts? Ria said with disgust and confusion in her expression. Well, this may be news to you, Riri. James said with a mischievous smile. Your queen, Haimjima Aquino, is a pervert. Impossible. Rias denied strongly. How would I not know if my queen were a pervert? The answer to that question is actually quite simple. James said with a raised eyebrow. You've never slept with her? Rias' beautiful blue eyes opened to a comical degree. After a moment, she blushed furiously. Disgusted, landed on the perverted trio. At the same time, James landed his last blow, a roundhouse kick, on the heavy bag, which caused the chain holding it up to strain. After that, Mizor handed him a towel. As he wiped the sweat from his face, James made his way toward Flora and the frozen trio of perverts. Hey guys. It's nice to meet you, I'm James Alaverus, captain of this club. James said with a friendly smile after reaching in front of the boys. Matsuda. Motohama. I'm Hayadu Issei. Out of the three, Issei was the least affected by the little show James put on. He was unsure of why that was, though. James, on the other hand, raised an eyebrow at Issei. He was having a conversation internally, though. Hey, Draig. Is that? James asked his closest ally. Yeah, that brown-haired kid has a tiny amount of dragon aura. Draig replied, clearly interested. Does that mean the unawakened, sacred gear, in his soul is of draconic origin? James asked curiously. I believe so. Draig said, after pausing briefly to think. He continued. I want to know what kind of sacred gear he is hiding. Well, it's my job to observe him, anyway. James said, shrugging internally. As James finished his conversation with Draig, the perverted trio was able to come out of their stupor. Noticing this, James spoke to them once again. So, I'm sure I don't need to explain why you're here. James said with a friendly smile. Not losing that smile, James continued. Like you were probably told, if you try peeping on the girls in our club while they are changing, you get to spar with me until that idea dies. The trio's eyes widened in terror at the thought of sparring with the human-shaped weapon standing in front of them. Before they could recover, still with that same friendly smile, James continued once more. Oh, and you may or may not have noticed, but I said when you try peeping, not if you get caught trying to peep. James said, then with his expression turning solemn, he continued. I will know if you try to peep. That's a fact you should never doubt. The trio were terrified. Instinctively, they knew he was telling the truth. That fact scared them even more. On top of that, Issei would have sworn he saw the line of pink around James' pupils glow for an instant. Before they could collapse from fear, they heard Flora giggle next to them. Turning their attention to her, she spoke. James, I think you've scared them enough. Flora said while still smiling. Even though what you said was true, if you scare them too much none of the girls will get to see you beat them up. Oops, I mean spar with them. Is it too late to choose expulsion? Asked the perverted trio in unison. Yes. James and Flora answered simultaneously with the friendliest smiles either of the boys had ever seen. 1 month later. James, Rias, and Sona were once again seated in the student council office. Along with them were Rias and Sona's queens, Aquino and Tsubaki, respectively. This evening, they gathered to discuss Hayadu Issei, who had stuck with the MMA club. Unfortunately, for the last month, none of the members of the perverted trio had tried to peep on any of the girls in the club. Something that everyone was surprised about, even James. Unfortunately, Matsuda and Motohama bet on the fact that James' perception did not reach outside the MMA training hall. And unfortunately, they lost that bet. One day before Golden Week, the duo fell into their old habits and tried to spy on the girls' kendo club. Shortly after they began, James appeared behind them and dragged them to the student council office without mercy or hesitation. Later that day, the police were called, and the duo were expelled. Issei, on the other hand, had an instinctive fear of what James was capable of. So, instead of playing any tricks, he did his best in club activities. As he did, he noticed some things that he could not ignore. First, as he stopped doing things like he used to, his reputation began to improve, slowly. Second, as he trained with the MMA club, his physique improved, which in turn made girls glance at him more often. Then one day, James asked him why he came to this school. Issei, without thinking, answered that he wanted a harem. James then smiled in a way that all men could relate to. After that, James took Issei under his wing, and Issei's behavior changed for the better from that day on. Although, seeing Issei getting smacked upside his head whenever his perverted thoughts would leak from his mouth was quite a common occurrence. "So, what's your opinion of the boy?" Sona asked James while adjusting her glasses. "To be honest, I was surprised," James said while shaking his head. "His instincts for danger are pretty strong. And his tenacity is something to be praised." "Oh, is it really?" Rias asked with interest. "Yeah, after I told him that I would train him personally," James said. Then he paused to laugh as he remembered the terrified face Issei put on. After his laughter died down, he continued. "After that, I started training him with increasing intensity. As of now, he's already starting to train with the intensity that could increase a low-rank being's physical strength." "Seriously?" Sona was surprised at the revelation. "How has his body not broken down yet?" "I'm good at what I do," James said without shame while wearing a smug smile. "And what about adding him to a peerage?" Rias asked excitedly. "Well." James stopped to think for a moment while stroking his chin. "You still look like an old man when you do that," Rias said with a giggle. "Shut up," James said after being broken out of his contemplations. "I think he would be better suited to Rias' peerage rather than Sona's." "Why?" Sona asked. She was not angry or disappointed, though. By now, there have been a few more new members added to the student council. Of course, she has her eye on a few of them. If everything goes well, Sona will have 3 new additions to her peerage. "Issei acts too much on instinct and emotion to be a good fit for your peerage, Sona," James explained calmly. "Based on the qualities that Tsubaki and Rhea possess, you place more emphasis on tactical thinking than pure power." Sona nodded her head to James' assessment. James had more to say, though. "Although, tactics and strategies are important in battle," James said in a solemn tone. "Against absolute power, they mean nothing." Sona frowned at the statement. Even though she did not agree, she did not immediately dismiss his advice. "Anyway, Rias, I suggest you have someone observe him for a while," James said as he turned toward the crimson-hair beauty. "Just because he is more suitable to join your peerage, doesn't mean he would mesh well with them. It could destroy your peerage from the inside if they can't work well together." Rias tapped a finger on her chin as she thought. "I guess I should bring in Kaneko and Gasper. They should be enough to observe him for a while. If that's all, I'm going home," James said while stretching. "I'm kinda hungry." Growl. "So is Rias, I guess," James said while smiling teasingly at the redhead with a red face. Chapter 67, I Want to Be Your Personal Ninja. Human World, Japan, Kyoto. Sitting in his bedroom, James was looking back at the things that happened in the first term of his second year of high school. First, a perverted trio of male students enrolled in the school. Due to their obsession with peeping on girls' changing rooms, he, Rias, and Sona got involved in the issue. Mostly because James did not approve of their actions. Although Rias and Sona also thought that the boys were a blight on the school, James was the most adamant on doing something about them. The thought of someone doing anything sexual to an unwilling participant really set him off. Originally, he just wanted to have them expelled and be done with it. Fortunately, or unfortunately, he detected a sacred gear, which is still unawakened, sleeping in Hayato Issei's soul. After that, Issei and his 2 friends joined the MMA club to escape the fate of being expelled. Issei's friends, however, could not give up their old habits and were caught by James. It did not take long for the 2 boys to be expelled. Also, after botching their last chance, the school involved the police in the case. After that, not much of note happened. Issei started receiving physical training meant for supernatural beings, the midterms came and went, and the finals were right around the corner. And finally, just a few minutes ago, James finished integrating his soul sight with his perception. In other words, his stalker would remain hidden no longer. James has literally been dreaming about punishing the creeper who has been following him around for more than half a year. I finally did it. James said with a relieved sigh. Now you can rest for a bit. Drake said with consolation in his tone. Man, it feels like a lot has happened this term. James said tiredly. But nothing has happened. Other than the perverted trio incident. It probably feels that way because you've been training that boy with the sacred gear. Drake said with a chuckle. It amazes me how many times you were able to get him to pass his limits in a little more than 2 months. Like I told Rias and Sona back then, I'm good at what I do. James said with a smug smile. Yeah, and bragging about yourself has got to be on the top of the list of things you do. Drake replied while rolling his eyes. Naturally. James said with a chuckle. Anyway, about the boy with the sacred gear, as you called him. Yeah. What's up, partner? Drake asked curiously. Have any idea what's up with the dragon aura? James asked while narrowing his eyes. Let me be more specific. Have any idea which dragon it's from? I have an idea, partner. Drake said solemnly. But I don't want to say anything until I'm sure. But if I'm right, that little girl with the crimson hair is going to be lucky. Ha ha ha. James laughed loudly. Well, I guess I should be happy for Riri then. But still, would it kill you to remember anyone's name? Do you remember the names of any of the ants you've stepped on while walking down the road? Drake asked with disdain. No, but I didn't know any of their names in the first place. James replied. Irrelevant. Drake said with fervor. If you can't remember the names of the ants you step on. Not that I knew them in the first place. Then why should I, the Red Dragon Emperor of Domination, remember the names of some devils and humans I could just as easily trample underfoot? You don't have any feet to trample them with, either. James said, retorting to Drake's proud words, yet again. Why sweat such small details? Drake asked in annoyance. It seems like you call anything that isn't in line with your view a small detail, Drake. James replied with a smile. Shut up. Drake said a little snappily. I'm going to take a nap. Don't bother me for a while. Sure thing. James said with a victorious smile. Shortly after that, James left his bedroom. It was almost time for the group study session the Kyoto Academy students of the 3 peerages would participate in before each set of exams. This time, Sona was the most interested in studying for the final exams. As he had done a couple times last year, James had overtaken her and ranked first during the midterms. After him, Sona and Tsubaki ranked second and third, respectively. After them, the next 4 ranks were a little jumbled. In 4th through 7th place were Aquino, Flora, Rias, and Rhea, respectively. It went without saying, Rias was unhappy with the fact that her rank went down. Rhea, on the other hand, was unbothered. Her score was only lower than the other girls because whoever graded them liked their essay answers better. Since there was nothing she could do about it, she decided it was not worth worrying or complaining about. Aquino and Flora's rise in ranking was due to the fact that they spent a lot more time together after their night with James in the underworld. Not limited to only spending nights together with James, they spent more time practicing magic and even studying together. Hey, Mizor, Mocha, are you ready to go? James asked loud enough to be heard throughout the house. I'm ready, Mizor's voice came from her bedroom. I've been ready. Mocha replied from the living room. As James made his way down the stairs, a door from upstairs opened. Shortly after, Mizor began stomping her way down the stairs. After reaching the living room, James saw Leona, Siyu Chulin, Mocha, and Kunu watching TV. Hey Kunu. James said as he sat down on the floor next to the fox girl. Do you want to come with us? We'll be studying at Riri's house. You could hang out with Kaneko and Gasper while we study. Kunu took a second to consider. After that, she smiled brightly and nodded her head. Okay, Oniai-chan, I'll come with you. Kunu replied. A few minutes later, James, Mizor, Mocha, and Kunu were putting their shoes on at the front entrance. Meanwhile, Siyu Chulin was standing nearby. Why is it I'm never invited when you guys gather to study? Siyu Chulin asked discontentedly. Because you're not going to study. Mizor replied while tilting her head cutely. Neither is Kunu. Cu Chulin said as a rebuttal. Because she's 11. Mocha replied, this time with her index finger held to her chin. And are you, an 18-year-old boy, really comparing yourself to an 11-year-old? Mizor, Mocha, why are you even dignifying his foolishness with a response? James asked without looking up at Cu Chulin. We all know that Lancer is just upset that he can't go to see Tsubaki. As he finished speaking, James also finished putting on his shoes. Then, he stood and turned toward Cu Chulin. Placing his right hand on the older boy's shoulder, James asked a question. I bet going to high school doesn't seem like such a waste of time now, does it? James asked with a teasing smile. Swiping James' hand off his shoulder, Cu Chulin scoffed, then turned away. Shut up. Cu Chulin said, disgruntled. I'm going to take a nap. Don't bother me for a while. Wow, Drake said the exact same thing, like word for word, just a few minutes ago. James said in amazement. Shut up. Cu Chulin shouted in response. Shut up. Drake also shouted after being hit by the splash damage. The girls laughed happily at the back and forth. After that, they stepped out of the house. When they did, however, James stopped abruptly. Then, he closed his eyes. Seeing James act like that, Mizor and Mocha took up defensive positions around Kunu. After a few moments, James' eyes shot open, and he shouted. Lancer. Help protect Kunu. Then he used the flash step, and vanished from where he stood. At the same time, a cloaked figure who had been hiding on the roof of a house several houses away, turned to run when it saw James vanish. Before they could take a step, though, James appeared behind them with Mangetsu no Shitada on their shoulder. Now, if you would be so kind. James said in a friendly tone. Please remove your hood and turn toward me. I would advise against sudden movements, though. For a few moments, neither James nor the cloaked figure moved. As James was growing impatient, the cloaked figure sighed and slowly raised their hands to grab the sides of the hood. A moment later, they pulled the hood down and revealed the back of a head of long silver hair with monkey ears. Don't tell me. James said with a frown. Turn around, slowly. Like he said, the yokai assassin turned around slowly. When she was face to face, James sighed with displeasure. He saw the face he was expecting. It was the female assassin he defeated outside the karaoke bar almost a full year ago. What the hell, why is it you again? James said with displeasure in his tone. I let you go once, were you looking forward to taking my foot up the ass, again, that badly? Hearing the threat of violence, the assassin's cheeks reddened, then she began to shiver. Seeing this, James almost instinctually took a step away from the woman. However, he stood his ground. Knowing that he could not lower his guard in front of an ultimate rank enemy. Why are you here, assassin? James asked with a scowl. Lady Yasaka's competition has been dealt with. There should be no reason for you to be stalking Kunu or the rest of us any longer. As the look James gave the assassin grew harsher, the blush on her cheeks deepened. Even after a few minutes, she kept silent. Her shivering had grown into full-on shuddering, though. The assassin moaned before crumbling to her knees. The fuck? James exclaimed in confusion. Pant, I'm sorry. Alaverus-sama. The assassin began to speak, she was quickly interrupted, though. Sama. What the hell? James shouted, thoroughly confused now. I'll explain, if you would allow it, Alaverus-sama. The assassin replied respectfully. Fine, get on with it. James said while massaging his temples. Yes, Alaverus-sama, the assassin said while bowing her head. Ever since the time we met in battle, I've been unable to remove you from my thoughts. When I remember your cold, indifferent eyes. The way you looked at me as if I were nothing more than a sow. Wait. James stopped the assassin's rant while frowning in mild disgust. What in the hell are you talking about? I looked at you indifferently because we were fighting. Before James interrupted her, the assassin was already shivering with a flushed face from just remembering her first encounter with James. But when she saw the disgust in his eyes, her shivering intensified while her blush deepened. Seeing this, James was taken aback. Damn. James thought while face-palming. This chick is a real, honest-to-goodness, masochist. I mean, I know Aquino has some masochistic tendencies when she's with me, but this chick is the real deal. Hey, back to Earth. James said sternly as the assassin was slipping into her own world. Before we move forward, who are you and why have you been stalking me? Coming back to her senses, the assassin fixed her expression. Then, she took a knee and lowered her head. Seeing this, James was taken aback once again, this time for a totally different reason. And when she opened her mouth to speak, he was really surprised. I am a kunoichi of the Satoran ninja clans. The assassin said in a respectful tone. My name is Sarutobi Iam, and I have come to pledge myself to you, Alaverus-sama. I wish for your will to point the way forward for my blade. Are you fucking shitting me? James roared in disbelief. Chapter 68, The Perverted, New Member of the Peerage. Human World, Japan, Kyoto, Alaverus Estate. After James caught his stalker, Iam, he returned to the front of his house with her in tow. Unsurprisingly, they were surprised. Kunu even hiding behind James when she recognized Iam from the attack at the karaoke bar. With his spear ready to attack, Siyu Chulin was the first to speak. James, what the hell is she doing here? Siyu Chulin asked while pointing his spear at Iam. Dude, if what she said is true, then I'm just as confused as you are. James said with a tired sigh. Huh, what did she say, James? Mizore asked, her curiosity piqued after seeing James' reaction. For all intents and purposes, I am here, wants to become my personal ninja. Or something like that. James said while massaging his temples due to an incoming migraine. Mocha, can you call Rias and Sona? Tell them something came up and we should have the study session at our place. Of course. Mocha replied, concern in her tone. Shortly after that, James and his peerage brought Kuna back into the house. James flopped down on the sofa in the living room. Curiously, Leona looked at everyone returning early with curiosity. Then, she caught sight of the bespectacled, silver-haired girl with monkey ears who fell to one knee in front of James and could not help but ask. James, who's this pretty lady? Sarutobi Iam, a ninja who tried to kidnap Kuna last year. James said tiredly. What? Leona shouted as she shot to her feet. If she's an enemy, then why is she in our house? Mom, could you please keep your voice down? James asked, almost pleaded. I have one of the worst headaches I've ever had right now. Eventually, Mocha finished her phone calls and entered the room. When she saw how miserable James was, she walked behind the sofa and began to massage his temples. Thank you, Mocha, that feels so much better. James said as he relaxed slightly. Don't mention it. Mocha replied with a smile. I wasn't here first, why didn't I think of that? Mizore said to herself while chewing on her thumbnail. After a few minutes, the entire study group plus Kaneko and Gasper arrived at the Alaverus mansion. When they saw Iam, like all the others, they were taken aback. Before they could start questions, James spoke first. Before we start the explanation and the Q&A session, Kaneko, Gasper, would you mind hanging out with Kunu in her room? James asked, not quite as tired thanks to Mocha's massage. We'll fill you in on anything relevant later. Without a fuss, Kaneko and Gasper nodded. Kunu seemed to be worried, but she eventually agreed to leave as well after she saw James smile at her warmly. After the youngest members of the group had gone into Kunu's room, James turned his attention back on Iam. With a solemn expression, he asked his first question. The last time we met, you were on the side of Lady Yasaka's opposition. So why are you here claiming that you wish to swear your service to me now? As all ninjas wish to do, I have come to take a worthy lord. Iam said, beginning her explanation. The last time we met, I simply accepted the request from Lady Yasaka's enemy. There was no enmity. To put it simply, the price was right. If you came to accept him as your lord, then why did you stalk James for so long? Rias asked while tilting her head cutely. Well. Iam hesitated to answer while fidgeting. Because ever since I began watching Alaverus-sama and he noticed that he was being watched. His cold and disgusted gaze, pant. Iam began to pant like an animal in heat once she started thinking about James' angry glares whenever he felt her watching him over the last several months. Seeing this, the rest of the group was taken aback. Everyone except Aquino, who looked like she found a rival. Noticing the glint in Aquino's eyes, James felt he needed to cut off those thoughts immediately. Aquino, James said, raising his voice to make sure he would get Aquino's attention. Once she was paying attention to him, James raised his hand and pointed at Iam. Do you think I would be happy if you turned into that? Iam was affected the most by James' outburst. Hearing James treat her as something less than a person and seeing the disgust in his eyes, she became so aroused that she was unable to stay kneeling. Instead, she fell to one side and began writhing in pleasure. Watching Iam's display, Aquino gave up on competing in masochism with her. Although she liked to be dominated, Aquino had no desire to be mistreated. Aquino was not the only one to be put off by Iam's display. Everyone, without exception, tried their best to distance themselves from her, if even by a little. After a minute or so, Iam was able to rein in her arousal. Noticing her current position, she quickly returned to kneeling in front of James, and acted as if nothing was wrong. This chick is a real piece of work. See-you Chillin whispered to Tsubaki. I know. Tsubaki whispered in reply. And I get the feeling whether he accepts her fealty or not, she won't let him be. Even though James could not hear Tsubaki and See-you Chillin's conversation, he was thinking the same thing. Although he did not want to do it. To reiterate, he really did not want to do it. But he had to choose the lesser of two evils. The two evils being to either turn this high-level pervert away, which would grate on his sanity knowing that she was always watching, or keep her by his side. In the latter case, at least he would know that her stalking was meant to protect. He would hope it was meant to protect. He doubted there was anything he could do about the extreme masochism, though. Fine. I'll accept you. James said tiredly. Leaning back against the back of the sofa, he continued. You'll have to answer some questions before I make it official, however. As you wish. Iam said calmly with an excited undertone. If I have the answer you seek, it will be yours. Are you aware of the evil pieces of Devil Society? James asked with his arms crossed. Yes, sir. Iam replied simply. Good. And are you aware of what it means to reincarnate with an evil piece? James continued to ask. All I know is that I will cease to be a yokai. Iam replied with what she knew. Although that is true, you won't lose any of your traits as a Satori. Instead, you will gain the physical traits of a devil. James explained patiently. I would assume you know of those, correct? Yes. Weakness to holy magic, weakness to light, and a long lifespan. Also heightened strength and brain activity during the night. Iam listed the traits of a devil she could remember. That's more or less correct. James said. If you truly wish to serve me, stand up and step forward. Without hesitation, Iam rose from her kneeling position. A moment later, she was standing in front of James with a blush on her face. She was somewhat excited by the put-off expression he was wearing. Unfortunately for James, as Iam grew more excited, how put off he was grew. And this fact excited the pervert more as time went on. Shaking his head to remove any stray thoughts, James extended his right hand with the palm facing up. A moment later, 4 pawn pieces appeared over his outstretched hand. Before he could press them into Iam's chest, though, he was interrupted. James, are you sure about this? Rias asked uncertainly. I mean, she used to be an enemy. Honestly, I'm not sure about this. James said, glancing at Rias. But her loyalty is not what I'm unsure about. She took a job to kidnap Kuno last year. That's all. That's what freelance ninja do. Yeah, but... Rias was still untrusting of the Satori standing in front of James. What I'm unsure about is how long I could put up with this. James gestured toward Iam with his chin as he spoke. In front of him, Iam was panting heavily. Apparently, she was excited by the fact that James had called her forward, then at the last moment, he changed his focus and neglected her to talk to another woman. Seeing Iam's current state, Rias was even more unwilling to see James accept her in his peerage. Before she could speak again, however, Sona beat her to it. Rias, I feel just as disgusted as you do by seeing her current state. Sona said as calmly as she could. But I think James is choosing the lesser of two evils by making this decision. What do you mean? Rias asked in confusion. I believe it comes down to the reason why she would always be watching him, and the mental pressure each reason would put on James. Sona explained while adjusting her glasses. Basically, whether she's following him around as a stalker or a hidden guard. As expected of my fiancé. James said with a happy smile. You understood my thoughts right away. Sona smiled happily at the compliment as well. However, as soon as she noticed all the sweet smiles and the pout from Rias pointed in her direction, she turned as crimson as Rias' hair. Alright, as much fun as teasing Sona may be, I think I need to hurry and add Saratobi to my peerage. James said while smiling wryly. Why? What's wrong? Rhea asked in confusion. Well. If I don't, I think she's going to pass out from too much stimulation from the perceived neglect play. James said while gesturing to Iam once again. When the group turned to Iam, what they saw was drool leaking from the side of her partially open mouth, her eyes rolling up into the back of her head, and her legs quivering as if she had just had a silent orgasm. Before a moment could pass, James pressed the pawn pieces into her chest. When the physiological changes finished and the devil wings sprouted from her back, Iam could finally no longer hold on to her consciousness. Before she could fall to the floor, James caught her. Lifting her in a princess carry, he walked up the stairs and placed her on the bed in one of the empty guest rooms. Once he was done, he returned to the living room. Well, since this happened, if we're going to study, we might as well do it here. James said with an awkward smile. He knew that no one would be in the mood to study after the earlier happenings, though. To his surprise, all the Kyoto Academy students produced their books and notebooks immediately after his words finished. Smiling wryly again, James forgot how competitive all the people present were. Deciding that musing about it any further would be meaningless, James also produced his study materials and joined the study session. When everyone pulled out their study materials and prepared to begin studying, the happiest person in the room was Siyu Chulin. At first, he was not invited when the group was supposed to study at Ria's house. Now, he would get to spend the evening with Tsubaki. At least, that's what he thought initially. After trying to snuggle up close with his girlfriend, he received the sharpest glare she had ever sent in his direction. Then, taking the hint, he decided to go upstairs to protect Kuna/play with the younger members of the group. Chapter 69, Train Ride to Kyoto. Human World, Japan, Kyoto. 2.5 months have passed since Saratobi Iam joined James' Peerage. In those 2.5 months there were no events of significance. The final exams for the first term came and went. The group of second year's ranks did not change. They kept the same placings as they did on the midterms. The first years did, however, see a change. Mizore was able to climb to second place in the year over Kyoto. Other than that, summer break came and went uneventfully. The group trained in the underworld until the last week of the vacation. Then, they spent the last week in Hawaii, enjoying the beach and local culture. After that, it was back to Kyoto Academy. In the month after the term started, 2 things happened worth taking note of. First, Sona successfully invited 3 new members to her peerage, all of whom are first-year girls from the student council. First, Hanakai Momo, a bishop. Second, Meguri Tomo, a knight. And third, Yura Tsubasa, a rook. Rias also successfully invited Issei to her peerage. Unfortunately, his sacred gear has yet to awaken. Today, there is a significant change from the usual school days. For the second years, anyway. Today the second-year students of Kyoto Academy have all gathered at Kyoto's train station. Their destination? Kyoto. Why? The school trip begins today. For 4 days and 3 nights, the second-year students of Kyoto Academy will have the opportunity to explore the historical city of Kyoto in groups of 5 to 7. Seems like abuse of authority. James said sarcastically while he looked at Sona. In response, Sona only snorted and turned her head away. I'm sure the VP just wanted us to be able to travel the city together. Flora said with a smile. Right, VP. Exactly right. Sona said while adjusting her glasses. Besides, why would you even complain about this? Shouldn't you be happy? Surrounded by beautiful girls. There are 2 things wrong with what you just said. James replied in a deadpan. First, I'm always with you girls. So, immunity is building. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Without even looking, James evaded the slaps from Rias, Sona, Aquino, and Flora that would have undoubtedly landed on his face or head. Without changing his expression, he continued. Second, one of the girls is dating my best friend, one is head over heels for a younger guy who isn't here, and one is engaged to another man. So why should I be happy when I can't even touch half of the hot girls I'm surrounded by? At that moment, Rias was unsure whether she should be angry or happy. Angry because he mentioned her engagement or happy because he called her hot. Either way, James' words forced her into inaction. Rhea, on the other hand, did not have to think about it. She blushed immediately when James called her hot. While Tsubaki smiled brightly as she thought about her awkward boyfriend. TCH. Sona clicked her tongue. It amazes me sometimes. How that tongue of yours gets you out of sticky situations. Oh, does it? James said with a mischievous smile while waggling his eyebrows. My tongue has gotten into quite a few sticky situations with you. Now that I think about it, you're always amazed then, too. In response, Sona's blush was fierce and immediate. Rias, Tsubaki, and Rhea also blushed at the innuendo. Aquino and Flora only adopted sloppy smiles, remembering the tongue lashings they often receive from James made them shiver. Oni-chan, why are all the Wani-sans making funny faces? Kunu asked innocently. That's right, Kunu was joining James and his group on their trip to Kyoto. Having received a message from Yasaka at the end of spring break that requested their help in escorting the little fox girl home during their school trip to Kyoto. Don't worry about it, Kunu. James said while he patted the blonde girl on her head. They just remembered something funny. Not sure what would be so funny as to make people make faces like those, Kunu moved on quickly. She was just excited to see her mother again. Almost a year and a half had passed since she began staying with James and his family. I can't wait to see Mommy. Kunu said with a smile. I'm sure she can't wait to see you either. James said with a warm smile. Seeing James' gentle smile, most of the females nearby, including the teacher in charge of the students, blushed and felt their hearts start to race. Seeing how the women around reacted, James' smile changed from a warm one to a wry one. Something that he noticed, even though he had always been handsome, the stronger his demonic power became, the more handsome he became. James theorized that his demonic bloodline was starting to completely overwhelm his human blood. And with that, came some race corrections to his physique and appearance. After a moment, the teacher in charge came back to her senses. As she got her wits about her, she shouted to get all the students' attention back on her. After a few more minutes, the teacher's instructions ended. A few minutes after that, they were allowed to board the train. Shortly after all the students were on board, the train pulled away from the station. In their train car, James' group of 8 were split into 2 groups of 4. Separated by the aisle were James, Kunu, Flora, and Rhea. On the other side of the aisle were Rias, Sona, Aquino, and Tsubaki. As the train was picking up speed once it cleared the station, James frowned. Sai, what is that girl thinking? James asked rhetorically. He did not believe there was a soul alive who could completely understand what that girl was thinking. What's the matter, James? Asked Aquino from across the aisle. Looking up at the ceiling of the train car, James' frown deepened. Then, he shook his head and turned toward Aquino. I am sitting on top of the train, James said as his frown turned into a wry smile. Directly above me. Why doesn't I-am-san ride in the train like everyone else? Kunu asked curiously. Unfortunately, I-am isn't like everyone else. James said after a sigh. He continued after shaking his head. Being unique is good. But she's just too much. Thump. At that moment, a light thump came from directly over James' head. Oh, lovely. James said with a deadpan. And somehow she's listening to the car's interior. James, don't let it get to you. Rhea said with a giggle. Just don't think about her. Unfortunately, I can't do that in this situation. James said while massaging his temples. Huh, why not? Rhea asked innocently. Because if he does, Saratobi-san will fall off the train's roof. Aquino said from across the aisle. At that moment, everyone, except Kunu, remembered the mess Ayam became the day James accepted her into his peerage. After only a few minutes of being ignored, she almost orgasmed on her own. With that thought in their heads, the girls stared at the point directly above James with disgust in their eyes. Fortunately for Ayam, she only feels excitement and pleasure from James' cold glares and words. Otherwise, they would have lost her pretty early into the trip. Anyway, are there any sights you girls are looking forward to seeing? James asked in order to change the subject. Occasionally he would look up so that Ayam did not pass out from the self-perceived neglect play. Of course. The 6 high school girls answered simultaneously. Then, they began to name all the most well-known tourist attractions in Kyoto, such as Nijo Castle, Fushimi Inari Shrine, Kinkakuji, Kayamazadera Temple, Senjusanjindu Temple, and Kyoto Imperial Palace. Wait, most of those places are shrines and temples. Flora said with a slight smile on her face. Can we, as devils, even enter those holy places? A very good question. Sona said. Usually, we would not be able to enter. However, as we have an agreement with the yokai whose patrons are the gods of Takamagara. So, as long as we don't cause any trouble while in Kyoto or destroy anything in the shrines and temples, we'll be fine. Ria said with a smile. So that's how it is. Rhea said in comprehension. James, what about you? Aquino asked, having noticed that James had not mentioned anywhere in Kyoto he wanted to go. Me. James replied with a big smile. Then he turned his attention to Kunu. Why do I need to think about what I want to see when I'm sitting next to Kyoto's cutest tour guide? In response to James' compliment, although Kunu did not turn away from watching the scenery outside the window, everyone could see the big smile she was wearing thanks to her reflection in the window. After that, the group spent the rest of the trip doing things to stave off boredom. Rhea read a book, Flora and James switched seats before Kunu and Flora fell asleep. James sketched the sleeping pair as Flora hugged Kunu to her bosom. On the other side of the aisle, Rias, Sona, Aquino, and Tsubaki played Old Maid. It seemed as if the games were getting pretty intense, too. More than likely, there was some betting going on over there. And every now and then, James would open the window and throw a snack outside. At the same time, he would speak 2 simple words, have some. Then, before the snack or drink or whatever he threw out the window could get too far away from the side of the train, a chain with a weight on the end would shoot down from above. In an impressive display of skill, it would wrap around the item then quickly pull it upward. All without damaging the item. Ayam-san's skill with the kuzurigama is very impressive. Tsubaki said with some awe in her eyes. Yeah, it's too bad she isn't very impressive as a person. James said while shaking his head. Thump. Fuck, I forgot she could hear inside with the window closed. James said after face-palming. Knock if you're still on the roof. The group's little section fell silent for around 2 minutes. Knock, knock. Phew, X6. Simultaneously, James, Rias, Sona, Aquino, Tsubaki, and Rhea sighed in relief. Although they find her level of masochism disturbing, none of them wish any harm to befall her. Well, no harm that she would not take pleasure from. Eventually, James grumbled. She almost gave me a heart attack. Technically, that was your fault. Rhea said in response. She then quickly turned away with a smile when James glared at her. I understand that Ayam-san wants to guard you secretly, but couldn't she do that in the car, too? Rhea asked while tilting her head in confusion. I mean, all she has to do is just sit away from James, right? Thump. The group fell silent again. Knock, knock. Phew, X6. Something tells me she never even considered that option. Sona said with a slight smile. Well, in her defense, she had never even hidden her yokai features before she joined my peerage. James said with a shrug. So, even though she knows about modern technology, it's not her fault that using it isn't her first thought when she sees it. In fact, I bet she thought she was using it to carry out her mission, even now. Then, James shook his head and said. I really need to make some time to take her out and help her adapt to her new life. Thump. Knock, knock. I think that thump sounded different this time. Aquino said with a Chapter 70, arriving in Kyoto, only to find a trap. == 10 a.m. == Human World, Japan, Kyoto. A few minutes ago, the train carrying the second-year students of Kuo Academy arrived at Kyoto Station. After disembarking, the students and teachers were gathered in the station square listening to the instructions of the teacher in charge. If you all understand, we'll head to our hotel and check in, the teacher in charge said. With that, the students and teachers began to walk toward their accommodations for this trip. The group from Kuo had booked rooms in a hotel run by the Citri House, a high-end hotel that has a business agreement with Kuo, or so the normal humans were told. In reality, the Citri gave a discount only because the heiress of their clan would be staying there with her classmates. After walking for around 20 minutes, the school group arrived at the hotel. From there, the teachers took care of their reservations, and the students made their way to their assigned rooms. With 3 students assigned to each room, Sona, Tsubaki, and Rhea were grouped together. Rias, Aquino, and Flora were also assigned to a room together, while James was assigned to a room with 2 members of the MMA club. After the students dropped off their luggage in their rooms, they all gathered once again in the hotel lobby. "All right everyone, listen up," the teacher in charge said, raising her voice to gather all the students' attention on herself. "You have free time until 6 p.m. I expect everyone to return to the hotel by then. Now, break into your assigned groups, then go and see the great city of Kyoto." After the teacher in charge finished, the students began to break into their groups and excitedly took to the streets of Kyoto. James and his group, which included Kunu, were no different. As they left the hotel, Rhea spoke. "So, where are we going first?" "I think the first place we should go is to Kunu's house," James said after a moment of consideration. "I'm sure Lady Yasaka is looking forward to seeing her daughter." Hearing James' suggestion, Kunu's eyes lit up with excitement. "Yeah," Kunu shouted excitedly. "I want to see Mommy." The group smiled warmly at the soon-to-be reunion of the mother and daughter nine-tailed foxes. With the decision made, Kunu led the way to her home. Along the way, they took time to see some of the sights and places Kunu deemed interesting. After walking for nearly 2 hours, with breaks to enjoy the city in between, Kunu informed everyone that they were near her home. After checking the time on his watch, James made a suggestion. "Why don't we stop to have a snack?" James suggested while pointing toward a dango shop nearby. "I don't think we should get anything too heavy, though. There's a chance that Lady Yasaka has prepared a meal for Kunu's return. And in case I'm wrong, we can just grab something on our way back to the hotel." Nodding in agreement, the group made their way over to the dango shop and placed their orders. Once they all received what they ordered, they made their way toward Kunu's home once again. This time while eating dango and chatting about the things they have seen along the way. Around the time James finished his last dango, the group arrived in front of a shrine. The target of worship for this shrine seemed to be Shinto's chief deity, Amaterasu. As they approached, Kunu visibly became more excited. When they reached the torii gate in front of the shrine, Kunu stopped and turned around to face the group. "Oni-chan and Wani-sans, I'd like to welcome you to my home," Kunu said with a bow. The etiquette she had learned since early childhood made itself useful. "Thank you for having us," the group of high school students said in unison, bowing their heads politely as well. "After we pass through this torii gate, we will pass through the barrier that separates the human side from the supernatural side of the city," Kunu explained as she released her yokai features and fox fire lit up on the tips of each of her tails. "Now, if you would follow me." Once Kunu turned around, she extended her tails toward the torii. As they reached the threshold, the space rippled as if her tails were entering the surface of a pond. Shortly afterward, Kunu took a step forward. As she passed the gate, the space rippled. Seeing this, James and his group followed the little fox girl through the gate. Just before the group crossed the threshold, James called out seemingly to no one. "You come too," James said without looking back. "It would be rude to keep one of our people hidden while we're making a friendly visit." "Understood," I am said, as she appeared behind James. Human World, Japan, Kyoto, Yokai Subdimension. When they entered, the time was a little past noon, so there was a beautiful blue sky with a few white clouds and the sun was shining brightly. After stepping through the gate, however, the time seemingly changed from day to night. As yokai, like devils, feel a reduction in power under the sun, it makes sense that they would create their dimension with a day-night cycle opposite of the human world. In fact, the devils present were expecting this, as Kunu had told them about where she lived in the past. What they did not expect, upon entering the barrier, was the battle going on. Hundreds of yokai were engaged in fierce life-or-death battles. Kunu, who had entered the barrier before everyone else, was standing at the entrance frozen in shock. Kunu was speechless. After a moment she began to run forward while shouting. Mommy! Mommy, where are you? Hey, it's the fox brat! An Oni shouted as he noticed Kunu's return. The spy by that bitch's side gave us good intel. Shortly after, a chain was sent flying toward the confused Kunu. At nearly the same time, James appeared in front of her. Drawing Okairu Sakura, he deflected the incoming capture weapon. Attacking a scared little girl is pretty low, isn't it? James said with a casual smile that did not quite reach his eyes. It seems like the plan to capture Kunu didn't die with your leader, huh? As James' words finished, a Karasa Tengu appeared next to him. With his head bowed and kneeling on one knee, he spoke. Miss Kunu, it's good to see that you are safe, the Karasa Tengu said with a bit of frustration in his tone. But why did you return? And why now of all times? Hearing that, James' entire group was confused. Wasn't it Lady Yasaka who sent them a letter asking them to return at this time? Voicing the group's confusion, Kunu replied to the kneeling Karasa Tengu's question. Mommy sent me a letter telling me it was okay to come back during Oni-chan's school trip. Kunu replied in confusion and fear. That damned traitor, the Karasa Tengu spat out through gritted teeth. One of Lady Yasaka's close aides switched sides. He sealed Lady Yasaka's residence. So, does that mean that the enemy leader is still alive? James asked a question he thought was quite important at the moment. Correct, the Karasa Tengu replied. We need to get Miss Kunu to safety, immediately. Unfortunate for them, that thought came a little too late. The gate they just stepped through flashed red, and then a barrier that barred exit from the yokai dimension covered their escape. So much for that. James said with a bit of frustration. It looks like we'll have to put down the insurgents before we can get out of here. As he spoke, James looked around the battlefield. There were few members of the defending side left standing. Because of that, James and his group were quickly surrounded. Most of the attackers were intermediate level of the middle rank at the highest. Basically, cannon fodder. Kunu was stronger than most of them, as a matter of fact. But there were a few, 7 to be precise, that ranged from advanced level, middle rank to initial level, ultimate rank. Well, I guess I'll take care of the small fries. James said nonchalantly. I'll let you ladies get a workout after that, while I protect Kunu. Don't want their boss to take advantage of the fight. I guess they're unlucky that we didn't have that meal before we got here. Ria said as she took a step forward. I guess so. Sona said following Rias in stepping forward. With a smile on her face, she continued, you must be feeling unlucky about not having that meal though. Shut up, Sona. Rias said without taking her eyes off the enemies. I'm a growing girl. If you grow any more, Rias, none of your shirts will fit. Flora said while equipping her enchanted gauntlets and greaves. Fufufu. Akino giggled with a hand covering her mouth while she crackled with lightning. I don't think you need to grow anymore either, Rias. Finally, I can test my skill on something other than mindless stray devils. Tsubaki said while flourishing her naginata. Maybe, I'll even get a chance to use Mirror Alice if the opponent is strong enough. Why doesn't it seem like any of you are taking this seriously? Rhea said in exasperation. You shouldn't worry, Rhea. James said with a smile. Everyone gets into their zone in their own way. Now, how about I set the stage for you lovely ladies to show how much you've improved? With that, Rias, Sona, Akino, Tsubaki, Rhea, and I am readied their stances. As James was also ready to clear out the small fry, I am finally spoke. Alaverus-sama, if I do well, will you punish me after the battle? I am said with sparkling eyes. With that, James almost dropped his sword. Everyone then turned to I am in astonishment. Even the Oni forces were dumbfounded by what she said. What the hell? An Oni near the front of the crowd said confusedly. Is there something wrong with that woman? Another asked, just as confused. Don't pay them any mind, it must be a strategy to confuse us. One Oni said, trying to get his comrades to focus on the battle. No, I don't think you're right. Someone retorted. Look how confused their comrades look. After that, the entirety of the Oni forces focused on the confused and a little disgusted expressions on James' group's faces. Smack. Oh! One of the Oni exclaimed while bringing his right fist down in his left palm. I think I get it, now. Yeah, me too. Said another as understanding colored his expression. Me, too. Said another. She must be one of those perverts the kids talk about nowadays. And with that, all the enemy forces were enlightened. In turn, James' group was embarrassed. How could it show itself now of all times? Rias asked while placing a hand on her forehead. Don't try to understand the mind of a pervert, Rias. Sona said, the least affected of the group. James also thought now was a good time to change the subject. Or rather, divert his side's attention to something that would motivate them. All right, listen girls. James said with an authoritative tone. I'm willing to fulfill 2 wishes. That pulled the girls out of their confusion. Then, their ears all perked up. For the one who wins the fastest, and the one who takes the least damage. James said with a smile. The first of you who can attain one of these conditions, I will grant you 1 wish. And what if one of us can do both? Sona asked as she adjusted her glasses. Then that person can receive both wishes. James said with a widening smile. And with that, all the girls' eyes lit up. Even Tsubaki and Rhea, who were not romantically interested in James. Now. James said, taking a step forward. Let's get this show on the road. Chapter 71, Battle with the Rebel Oni. Human World, Japan, Kyoto, Yokai Subdimension. Now. James said, taking a step forward. Let's get this show on the road. As James stepped forward, the girls behind him took their fighting stances again. Once everyone was ready, James made the first move. Scatter, Senbon Sakura. Okairu Sakura broke down into 1,000 cherry blossom petal-shaped blades. With a mental command, James sent the blades at the army of Oni, targeting all those at intermediate level, middle rank and below. Although the Oni did their best to defend, after a few minutes none were left standing. James, however, did not take any lives. He knew that it was not his place to administer the death penalty to any of the yokai present. Oh, yeah. James said as an afterthought. No killing, if it can be avoided. After that, James recalled, Senbon Sakura. Once the petal blades reconstructed Okairu Sakura, he calmly sheathed it. Then, he stepped back and stood guard over Kunu with the Karasa Tengu, who informed them of the situation. Oni-chan, that was so pretty. Kunu said with stars in her eyes. Seeing Kunu's reaction, James could only hope that she was referring to the sight of 1,000 cherry blossom petals fluttering through the air, and not the splashes of blood they caused. The Karasa Tengu, on the other hand, reacted the way someone seeing that level of wide-scale destruction should. What was that? The Karasa Tengu asked in fear. Oh, don't worry about it. James said nonchalantly. That was just my bloodline ability. Without going into any further details, James shifted his attention to the girls' battles that were just starting. All 7 girls chose a foe that was close to them in rank. With Iam's opponent being at ultimate rank in the initial level like her. Rias took the next strongest Oni on the battlefield, who was at the advanced level of the high rank. Sona was paired up against an intermediate level, high-ranked enemy, while Akino and Tsubaki took care of an initial level, high-rank opponent each. Meanwhile, Rhea and Flora faced off against the 2 remaining middle-rank beings. Both of which were at the advanced level. Clang. James turned his head in Flora's direction, as the sound of her gauntlets slamming together caught his attention. I'm getting at least one of those wishes. Flora said excitedly as she dashed toward her opponent. I think you're out of your depth, little girl, the 6 feet 7 inches, 2 meters tall Oni said with a sadistic grin. We'll see about that. Sona shouted as she neared her foe. Once she was in range, Flora began the fight with 2 swift jabs aimed at the Oni's chin. Although the Oni was able to tilt his head out of the way of the first, the second caught him squarely in the chin. After the jab slightly rocked the Oni's head, Flora followed up with a straight, a left hook, an uppercut, and finished with a kick to the inner thigh just above the knee. Staggering a few steps back due to the flowing combination of attacks, the Oni grew angry after taking damage from a frail woman. "You damn bitch, I'll make you pay for that," the Oni shouted in rage. "Come on, let's see what you got, big boy," Flora said tauntingly as she curled her fingers, inviting the Oni to attack. Gah! Unleashing a battle cry, the Oni dashed at Flora. With every step shaking the ground minutely, it was obvious how much power he could pack behind each punch. However, as Flora was disappointed to find out, he had no technique. Every punch was telegraphed thanks to a large wind-up. Flora dodged and countered easily. After slipping under a wide swing of the Oni's arm, Flora converted her demonic power into thunder. Instead of firing it at the Oni, however, she let it flow through her gauntlets and greaves. Then, she performed a low kick with her left leg and struck the Oni's right calf. With the gauntlets charged with thunder, the Oni's muscles in that leg were paralyzed for an instant. And an instant was all Flora needed. Transitioning from the low kick, Flora stepped in and planted her left leg. Then, using all the power she could wring out of her body, she threw a right uppercut that slammed into the Oni's jaw, lifting his heavy body off the ground. And due to the thunder flowing with the blow, his mind shut down for a moment. After that, Flora began working the airborne Oni like a heavy bag. Jab, jab, straight, uppercut, hook, a high kick as her opponent was about to hit the ground again, hook, hook, uppercut, and a backheel kick to the jaw to finish. When the Oni hit the ground again, though he was still alive, anyone watching could tell that he would not be getting up again, anytime soon, anyway. After admiring her work for a moment, Flora felt great. She had managed to win her first fight against something other than a stray devil. Then, she remembered the reward for the girls, and she turned to see some of the other girls had already finished their fights. None of them were undamaged, though. "Oh yeah!" Flora exclaimed as she pumped a fist into the air. "One of those wishes are mine. TCH. Though she did not know who, Flora was certain that one of the girls next to James had just clicked her tongue in jealousy. Meanwhile, Rias had also rushed toward her opponent. In her excitement, however, she did not notice the small knife flying toward her until it was too late. Swoosh, slash, thump. Evading at the last second, Rias was still cut on her upper arm. Shortly afterward, she heard the knife embedding itself into a solid surface. Though a small injury like that would not hinder her fighting capability in the least, she was now unqualified to receive both wishes. With her demonic power flaring due to her rage, Rias looked into the eyes of her attacker and spoke menacingly. "You're going to pay for that," Rias said as she created a large ball of the power of destruction between her palms. "I just hope this doesn't kill you." Feeling the power from the attack Rias was preparing, the 8 feet 2 inches, 2.5 meters tall Oni went on high alert. As the density of the ball of destruction reached a level that Rias was satisfied with, she began splitting off small chunks and fired them in the Oni's direction. Fortunately for the Oni, those balls did not move at a speed he was unable to dode. As time went on, more and more destruction balls were fired. Unfortunately, the Oni was too busy dodging to notice that there were no sounds of impact from the balls he evaded. After the onslaught had come to an end, the Oni was completely uninjured. "Is that it?" the Oni said mockingly. "With all that build-up, you couldn't hit me even once. Why don't you take a look around?" Rias said with her right hand open and stretched forward while she swept her left hand through her hair. When the Oni did as she said, he was terrified to see he was surrounded by over 100 weak balls of the power of destruction, positioned around him in a hemisphere. He instinctively knew he would be done for if he was hit by all of them. "Oh, shit," the Oni muttered to himself after realizing the situation he was in. "Indeed," Rias replied with a nod. "Now, goodbye. Hellzone destruction." After calling out the name of her technique, Rias closed the fingers on her outstretched right hand. As she did, the small balls of destruction moved toward the center of the hemisphere. Unfortunately for the Oni, he was that center point. After a few seconds of being hit by Rias' attack, a bloodied Oni could be seen laying in a shallow crater. After checking the Oni's status, Rias quickly turned to see there was already a woman standing next to James. Though she looked to be unable to stand on her own. "Damn it. Rias exclaimed as she stomped her foot, then slowly walked over to stand next to James. On another battlefield, Tsubaki approached her foe with her naginata ready to strike. Waiting for her was a beautiful 6 feet 7 inches, 2 meters tall female oni wearing a loose black kimono with her shoulders and a large part of her breasts exposed. Without wasting any words, Tsubaki thrust her naginata at the woman as soon as she was in range. Carrying a sheathed katana in her left hand, the oni woman partially unsheathed it to deflect Tsubaki's attack. Using the counterforce from the deflection, she spun the polearm and struck the oni woman in the side of the head with the butt end of her naginata. After receiving the blow, the oni woman was more than a little displeased. After being forced back by the blow, she regained her footing and charged at Tsubaki. Lowering the hand holding the sheath, she drew the sword in an upward slash at Tsubaki's face. Tsubaki blocked the strike with the shaft of her naginata. After which, she drove the katana downward. Using the momentum from Tsubaki pushing her weapon down, the oni woman switched her grip on her sword to a reverse grip and drove her blade through Tsubaki's thigh. Gritting her teeth from the pain, Tsubaki released her left hand from her weapon and used it to grab the oni woman's wrist that held the katana. Then, like lightning, she lunged toward at her foe and thrust the blade of her naginata through the oni woman's right chest and nailed her to the ground. Now laying on top of the oni, Tsubaki gathered her demonic power in her right fist and bang! Punched her in the face hard enough to render her unconscious. After that, before she could react, she was lifted off the oni woman and supported to stand. Great job, Tsubaki. James said while supporting Tsubaki's injured body. It looks like I'm gonna be granting you a wish later. You're the first to win, though not without injury. Tsubaki, pale from pain, asked an especially important question. Do you know any healing spells? Tsubaki asked with a pale complexion. If we can't take care of this injury before we go back, we'll have to do some large-scale memory wiping. Don't worry about it. James said casually. Although you won't be healed completely, it will only look like a little muscle strain to those who don't know, when I'm done with you. With that, Tsubaki sighed in relief. James then brought the two back to Kunu and the Karasa Tengi after removing Tsubaki's naginata from the oni woman's chest. After that, James removed the blade from Tsubaki's leg and quickly began using the healing Kyoto he had been working on. Though his is not exactly the same as it is in the Bleach series. It works more like the healing ninjutsu from Naruto, as it enhances the natural regeneration of the body. By the time Rias and Flora were done with their fights, Tsubaki's injury had stopped bleeding. I really thought I'd be first. Rias said with a pout. I only needed one attack to finish my opponent, too. Yeah, but you used an attack that takes a long time to set up. James countered. Plus, you were too overconfident going into the fight. Otherwise, you wouldn't have received that. As James finished, he pointed a finger at the tear in Rias' uniform, which was stained red due to the cut hidden underneath. Yeah, I know. Rias said disappointedly. Flora on the other hand, you did a great job. James said, turning his attention to the new arrival. I never thought I'd see an air juggle outside of a video game. Hee, I thought you'd get a kick out of that. Flora said with a giggle. Since you were watching, I thought I'd put on a show. Only after I knew I could win without getting hurt, that is. Hearing that, Rias pouted even harder as she knew Flora was referring to her. Anyway, it looks like the other fights will be over soon, too. Tsubaki said, adjusting her glasses as she watched the other girls battle their opponents. Yeah, I wonder who will finish next. Flora said curiously. Well, we'll just have to stay tuned to see. James said with a smile. Why does it sound like you're promoting a web novel or a TV series? Rias asked teasingly. Shut up. Chapter 72, Battle with the Rebel Oni 2. Human World, Japan, Kyoto, Yokai Subdimension. Even though she falls to her masochistic tendencies quite often and openly in front of James, Sarutobi Ayam is a highly skilled kunoichi who has been in her fair share of life-or-death situations. 4. That reason, as James cleaned up the cannon fodder members of the enemy forces, Ayam lost her sloppy smile and rushed toward the ultimate rank yokai among their enemies. From a distance, Ayam threw a handful of shuriken at her foe. Unfortunately, his body coated in yuki was too sturdy for the shuriken to do any considerable damage. Seeing that, she knew she was no match in a head-on battle. Using the fact that most Oni are quick to anger, she threw another barrage of shuriken. This time targeting the Oni's eyes. Just as she expected, the Oni was enraged by this frail Satori woman who was attacking like a coward from a distance. Once he lost his rationality and rushed in her direction, I am quickly relocated to a place with more obstacles. Damn it. Stand still, you little bitch. The Oni roared before he realized the Satori was fleeing. I need to find somewhere with a more advantageous terrain. I am thought to herself as she switched the weighted end of her kusarigama for a second sickle blade. Running. Haha. Good, I like a good hunt. Haha. The Oni who had lost his rationality perceived the tactical retreat as if his foe were running away in fear. After running for around half a minute, I am found herself in what she assumed was the training ground for the guards of this pocket dimension. Looking around the area, she found a flattened clearing with many striking posts surrounding it in concentric circles. Immediately, she developed a plan on how she would dispose of her foe. Shortly after I am entered the training ground, the Oni chasing her also entered. However, he was unable to spot I am. Even though he could feel her presence, like James in the past, he was unable to pinpoint her location. As he stepped into the middle of the clearing, a pair of kunai were launched at his left ear. Raising an arm to defend, the Oni turned his head to the left and met eyes with the silver-haired, bespectacled woman he was chasing. Further enraged by her cowardly sneak attack, the Oni charged at her. That's right. Step into my trap, you big oaf. I am thought to herself as she measured the distance between her and her opponent. Where are you going, bitch? The Oni roared as he chased behind I am. Just wait till I get my hands on you. Once the Oni was close enough, he thrust his arm forward. Although I am was surprised by the sharpness of the attack, she was not caught off guard. For a being to make it to ultimate rank, they could not be unskilled in combat. Intentionally dodging with exaggerated movements, I am made a show of struggling to evade. Eventually, when the Oni was in position, I am threw one end of her kusarigama at the Oni's chest, which was easily deflected and stuck into one of the striking posts. After that, for the next 90 seconds or so, I am, with the other end of her kusarigama still in hand, dodged the Oni's attacks. Even though it was not as easy as she expected and she had a few cuts in her clothing and a scratch on her left arm, she was more or less uninjured. However, as everything had gone according to plan, I am let her demonic energy flow through her weapon, which caused the chain looped loosely around the Oni to contract. And with minute manipulation of the chain, I am managed to wrap it around the Oni's arms and legs before she embedded the end she was holding into another striking post when the chain was fully taut. What the hell is this? The Oni shouted in anger and confusion. What did you do, bitch? After that, with the Oni immobilized, I am walked behind him calmly. Pulling a senbon from her belt, she pressed it into a pressure point that would render the Oni unconscious. Once that was done, I am turned around casually and returned to the others. At the same time as the others rushed toward their foes, Rhea walked calmly toward hers. Though the calm was only skin deep. Inside, she was frightened. Outside of sparring, this would be the first time she fought an opponent that was as strong as she was. Also, it was the first time she had faced someone who wanted to kill her as bad as the Oni in front of her wanted to. As Rhea reached the range where her magic would be most effective, she noticed several small fireballs fly toward her. In panic, she put up a barrier. However, as she was not ready to cast yet, her barrier's strength was not evenly distributed. The result of this mistake was that she received several painful burns on her arms and legs. I'm gonna die. Rhea whispered to herself as she felt the burning pain on her limbs. No, I don't want to do this. I gotta get out of here. As Rhea was breaking down mentally, she heard a loud shout in her mind. The voice belonged to Sarahfall. The words were something Sarahfall often told her during training. If you're scared and want to run away, just remember what will happen if I find out. Sarahfall's warning echoed in her mind. My pupil will not be worse than Grafia-chan's. Then, the memory of Sarahfall freezing a large lake in an instant flashed past her mind. At that moment, the fear of the opponent in front of her was surpassed by the fear she had for Sarahfall. There's no way I'll run away and be flash frozen for it. Rhea screamed while sending her demonic power into the ground. Once her demonic power had entered the ground, Rhea did everything she could to patch up the weak points in her barrier. After tanking the Oni's Jujitsu, which is the yokai equivalent of magic, Rhea's demonic power had finally reached her opponent. Once it did, Rhea condensed it and changed it into freezing energy. Then, she let it explode upward. In an instant, the Oni was frozen in a block of ice, a surprised expression frozen on his face. When Lady Sarahfall finds out how I did, she's gonna put me through even worse hell, Rhea said as she sobbed about her fate. On the other side of the battlefield, Akino wasted no time in starting her attack. Mixing her fallen angel abilities with her demonic magic, she created lightning from her thunder magic and fallen angel light. Using a strategy similar to what she used against her clansmen the day she met James and Rias, Akino wrapped her arms in lightning while using elegant footwork to dodge most of the Oni's jujitsu. Fufufu. Akino giggled with a sadistic glint in her eyes. Is that the best you can do, little Oni? I was hoping you would be able to make this fun for me. Akino's words and constant evasion infuriated the Oni she was facing. And with that, the frequency of his attacks increased. As they did, Akino was unable to dodge them all perfectly. Because of that, she was hit by some of the splash damage from the attacks when they exploded in her vicinity. As this happened, instead of only dodging, Akino began to destroy the attacks she could not avoid safely with bolts of lightning fired from her fingertips. You've been a naughty little Oni, Akino said as the glint in her eyes intensified. I think you need to be punished. What the hell are you talking about, bye? Ah. At that moment, a bolt of lightning fell from above the Oni. With the impact, he screamed at the top of his lungs. After falling to the ground, still conscious, he spasmed due to the lightning strike. Oh, I'm terribly sorry to interrupt, Akino said as she covered her smile with the back of a hand. Would you mind repeating yourself? Damn it. I will key. Ga. Once again, Akino called down a bolt of lightning as the Oni began to speak. As a matter of fact, Akino had been waiting for the Oni to speak ever since the battle had begun. There's something she enjoyed about hearing the enemy's taunts and threats turned into painful screams that excited her. I'm going to have to find a way to get James alone tonight, Akino thought as she felt her panties getting wet with her juices. After that, for the next few minutes Akino dropped lightning bolts on the Oni she was facing, using just enough power to bring pain and not death. Eventually, Akino remembered the competition to have a wish granted and she immediately stopped toying with her prey. Damn it. I lost control, Akino said with a pout. And since I got hurt, I have to hope that everyone else had harder fights than I did. With that, she looked back and saw that there were only 3 people who were not at James' side already. Damn it. Sona, the last of the girls to fight, had little trouble with her foe. Once the battle started, she conjured a large amount of water. With it, she created several dragons and sent them to rip and tear at the especially large Oni facing off with her. Standing at 12 feet 5 inches, 3.5 meters tall, he was a sight to behold. However, just as you would expect from a body as massive as his was, he was quite slow. Of course, this meant that most of Sona's attacks landed on the Oni with no problem, however he was so big that she could not do much damage. Well, I guess I can only hope I'm the only one who ends up uninjured, Sona thought as she adjusted her glasses. Let's just put him to sleep. After that, Sona conjured a ball of water that was big enough to wrap around the Oni's head. And with that, the waiting game began. The Oni, with its head submerged in water, tried everything it could to free itself. Unfortunately, as soon as he would splatter most of the water, Sona would simply conjure more. After around 8 minutes of continuous struggle, the Oni finally lost consciousness. Boom. With a loud sound and an impact that shook the ground, Sona adjusted her glasses once again and strode back to the group while letting the ball of water around the massive Oni's head to splash harmlessly to the ground. I guess I was last, Sona said, while looking over the other girls' conditions. Flora is the only one uninjured too, huh? I guess all the training in hand-to-hand combat with James paid off. With that, the girls finished their fights. Although a few were a little banged up, with Tsubaki's injuries being the worst, they were all victorious. A fact that James and Kuna were happy to see. Once all the girls were gathered again, James spoke. Congratulations, you've all improved a lot, James said with a smile. Then he turned his attention to Iam and spoke again. I couldn't see your fight, Iam, but I could feel how you and the Oni moved. Fill me in on the details later if you don't mind. Of course, Alaverus-sama. I am said while bowing her head respectfully. How many times have I asked you to drop the sama, I am? James said with exasperation. As your retainer, I'm afraid I can't accede to that request. Of course, you can't. James said with a shake of his head. Then, instead of using my surname, how about calling me James? I'm not the only Alaverus, after all. Understood. I am agreed happily. From this point forward, I will refer to you as James-sama. Is it just me, or does it feel like I just walked into that? James asked with a wry smile. It's not just you. Flora said with a smile. It feels like she just led you by the nose. Ugh. To think I was manipulated by a pervert. James said, disappointed in himself. At that moment, I am shivered and blushed lightly. James could only smile wryly at her reaction. After a moment, James took a deep breath. Then, he turned his attention to the Karasa Tengu standing on guard next to Kunu. After that, he stepped forward between Kunu and the Karasa Tengu with his hand extended for a handshake. Well, now that that's over, thanks for letting us know what we walked into. James said with a smile. Once the Karasa Tengu reached his hand out and shook James' hand, he continued. So, would you mind introducing yourself, Mr. Traitor? Or would you prefer, boss of the rebel Oni? Chapter 73, Fighting the Leader of the Rebels. Human World, Japan, Kyoto, Yokai Dimension. Well, now that that's over, thanks for letting us know what we walked into. James said with a smile. Once the Karasa Tengu reached his hand out and shook James' hand, he continued. So, would you mind introducing yourself, Mr. Traitor? Or would you prefer, boss of the rebel Oni? Oh. And what makes you call me that? The Karasa Tengu asked with a smile. Well, you made a couple of mistakes. James said while shrugging his shoulders. And what were they? The Karasa Tengu asked curiously. First of all, when you appeared you were among a horde of Oni. James said as he stepped back, taking a protective position in front of Kunu. And you weren't attacked when you made your way out. I forgot about that. The Karasa Tengu said while face-palming. In my defense, I didn't think they would lose. Classic villain behavior. James shrugged. Ha. And what was the second thing? The Karasa Tengu asked with a curious smile. After seeing that I disabled the Oni, instead of helping the soldiers under Lady Yasaka, you just stood here as close to Kunu as possible. James said nonchalantly. But I could have been guarding the little fox princess from stray attacks. The Karasa Tengu countered. That's true. James said with a nod. But when the 7 strongest enemies were defeated, instead of seeing which of your comrades were still alive, you tried getting to Kunu again. During this conversation, the girls took up defensive positions around Kunu for when the inevitable battle began between James and the Karasa Tengu. But for now, their conversation continued. I guess you're right, the Karasa Tengu smiled awkwardly while scratching the feathers on top of his head. It would have been easier to lower your guard if I had showed concern for those fools. Dude, you're talking like a third-rate villain now. James said in disinterest. Haha. My apologies, the Karasa Tengu said with a laugh. So, I'm still waiting on that introduction. James said while looking the Karasa Tengu in the eyes. Unless you don't have a name. Oh, right. You can call me Kotengu. The Karasa Tengu, Kotengu, said. One last question, if you don't mind. James said with his expression growing solemn. Sure. Kotengu said with a relaxed smile. What made you betray Lady Yasaka? James asked, genuinely curious about the reason. It's actually quite simple. Kotengu said while stretching his arms wide. I have been pursuing Yasaka for hundreds of years. If she became my wife, I would have the woman I loved and the power to rule the yokai in our faction. Kotengu finally lost his smile after reaching that point. With his emotions taking over, his aura began to leak. When the group felt his power, most of them felt despair. What the hell? Flora said while falling to her knees. It's hard to breath. Rhea said painfully. The high-rank girls had it better, but they were unable to put up much resistance. I am the only one who was not rendered immobile, held Kunu, who had fainted, in her arms protectively. James' expression also grew serious as he rested his right hand on Okairu Sakura's hilt. And while Kotengu's aura was affecting James' group, he was completely unaware as his emotions had taken over. Instead of accepting my love, that whore, Yasaka, married another man. Kotengu roared in rage. And after finding out Yasaka was pregnant, I killed that bastard. Ha ha ha. Drake, this guy is a step away from the minor god rank. James said inwardly. I know. Drake replied in a somber tone. I guess we'll have to go all out, this time. James told Drake with a battle-hungry grin making its way onto his face. Releasing the seals? Drake asked curiously. James deflated immediately. Thinking about what Scathach would do to him made him want to just let the yokai figure things out on their own. No. But I'll have to use the balance breaker. James replied. I think I'll use that, too. Oh, this should be good. Drake said excitedly. Eventually, Kotengu ended his maniacal laughter. Then he looked over James' group and sneered. It looks like this fight will be over before it even starts. Kotengu said with a maniacal grin. I wouldn't count my chickens before they hatch if I were you. James said as he, flash-stepped, next to Kotengu. Then, he grabbed the Karasa Tengu's shoulder and spoke to Ayam before using the flash step again. Protect Kunu and the others. I'll take care of this jealous moron. After that, James and Kotengu vanished from the spot. When they reappeared, they were several miles, 1 mile equals 1.6 kilometers, away. James then released Kotengu and took his distance. Unconcerned with James' presence, Kotengu looked around his surroundings. Then, he turned toward James and spoke. Your speed is impressive. Kotengu praised. Well, I try. James said nonchalantly. But I think it's time to end this little episode. I believe you are right. Kotengu said with a nod. After that, Kotengu produced a long staff and flourished it before taking his stance. With power at the peak of the ultimate rank, he really did not take the intermediate level James seriously. Also understanding this, James spoke. Well, then let's get to it. James shouted as he was covered in a bright red light. Welsh Dragon Balance Breaker, Boosted Gear Shihakusho. Once the bright light dimmed, James was revealed in a red Shihakusho with black accents and green jewels woven into the garment. Before Kotengu could speak about the phenomenon, James vanished with a flash step and reappeared in front of Kotengu drawing Okairu Sakura for an Iato slash. Kotengu, however, reacted quickly. Spinning his staff, he was able to deflect the slash. Continuing to spin the staff, he also blocked the second strike as James used his momentum from the Iato draw to swing his sheath at Kotengu's face. Boost, x10. Seeing that Kotengu was still faster than himself, James began using his sacred gear to augment his abilities. Then, James and Kotengu participated in a deadly dance of sword slashes and staff strikes. As Kotengu controlled the range of the fight by keeping his staff in constant motion with wide sweeps and precise thrusts, James dodged and parried with a level of mastery that no one would expect from a combatant of his age. Then, whenever Kotengu would leave the occasional opening, James would swoop in with several sword slashes and thrusts of his own. After fighting for several minutes at a speed even the strongest middle rank would not be able to follow with their eyes, James and Kotengu separated. Then, Kotengu spoke. You are much better than I expected. Kotengu said with a bloodthirsty grin. You're not too bad either. James said with a smile. But I think it's time for this to end. Kotengu said as he pressed a mechanism on his staff. The ends of Kotengu's staff grew slightly longer due to the mechanism. Then, it split from the middle. Now, instead of a long staff, Kotengu wielded 2 quarter-staves. With that, James' expression grew serious, and he spoke. Scatter, Senbon Sakura. As Okairu Sakura broke down, James sheathed its hilt and drew Mangetsu no Shidada. Then with a flash step, James entered his attack range. James began with a downward slash which Kotengu parried to the left. Using his momentum, James transitioned into a roundhouse kick that Kotengu ducked under only to follow up with a thrust with the staff in his left hand. James then used his supporting leg to somersault over Kotengu's head while using the spin to slash at the back of his head. Kotengu raised the staff in his right hand to block. Then, when James landed, both spun on their feet and met weapons once again. At that moment, James directed Senbenzakura at Kotengu's back. Using his other staff, Kotengu spun it like a fan blade and deflected the petal blades. At the same time, he exchanged blows with James using his other hand. Then, James flash-stepped away and made his way through the petal blades, which were still attacking. However, with his other hand free, Kotengu was able to disperse them easily. He was surprised, however, when James appeared from amidst the cloud of cherry blossom petals. Unfortunately, James was unable to take advantage of that surprise to inflict any critical strikes. "Damn, this motherfucker is good," James said while regulating his breathing. "He's got centuries of experience, partner," Drake reminded. "I know," James said with a slight pout. "I was hoping I could beat him without using it, though." "Well, I'm waiting to see it in action," Drake said with excitement in his tone. "Fine, I'll do it," James said with resignation. "Not that I have a choice at this point." "Is that all you've got, boy?" Kotengu said, interrupting James' conversation with Drake. "If it is, then this is over. I have a few more tricks," James replied with a cheeky smile. "You had better use them all," Kotengu said in annoyance. "I'm growing tired of this." "Fine," James said with a shrug. "Just remember, you asked for this." With that, James sheathed Mangetsu no Shitada and drew Okairu Sakura's hilt. Then, he recalled Senbenzakura, and Okairu Sakura was reconstructed. A moment later, James fed his draconic aura into the sword, while spreading it along the ground in his surroundings. Boost, x50. Transfer. After transferring half of the 50 boosts into his spiritual mark, and the other half into his draconic aura, James reversed his grip on the sword and dropped it. Surprisingly, the sword sunk into the ground as it rippled like the surface of a lake. Seeing this, Kotengu was surprised. Looking on with interest, he spoke. "That's quite the parlor trick, I hope there's more to it, though." James only smirked at Kotengu's words. Then, when James felt that Okairu Sakura had integrated with his draconic aura sufficiently, James willed it and 100 copies of Okairu Sakura's blade rose from the draconic aura-covered ground. "What the hell?" Kotengu asked in confusion while turning his head to see the 100 massive katana blades that surrounded him. "Where the fuck did all these blades come from? If that's enough to surprise you," James said with a smile that turned into a bloodthirsty grin as he continued. "Then this next part will be to die for. Scatter, Senbenzakura Kageyoshi." As James said the trigger words, the 100 massive katana blades broke down into 10,000 cherry blossom petal-shaped blades, each. Seeing this phenomenon, Kotengu's expression fell. Then, he began flowing massive amounts of his yuki into his staves and took his stance. After a moment, the massive cloud of cherry blossom petal-shaped blades engulfed his figure, causing him to lose track of James' position. After brandishing his staves for the next 6 minutes, Kotengu was still standing, though he was covered in blood as well as both shallow and deep injuries. At that moment, the cloud of petal blades began to thin out. Just as Kotengu relaxed his guard, thinking that the technique's time limit had arrived, James appeared in front of him with Mangetsu no Shitada sheathed and in an Iaido stance. Then before Kotengu could react, James drew his sword and sheathed faster than even Kotengu could follow with his eyes. After that he turned and walked away, leaving a confused Kotengu standing behind him. Then, a moment later, a red line appeared on Kotengu's torso. Drawn from his left hip to his right shoulder, the line burst, and blood sprayed from Kotengu like a fountain. "Damn," was Kotengu's only word before he fell to his knees, then face first on the ground while losing consciousness. "I thought you would kill him, partner," Drake said with confusion in his tone. "I probably would have, before," James said while looking down on Kotengu. "What made you change your mind?" Drake asked curiously. "It was when he admitted to killing Kunu's father," James said while clenching his fist. "Such a sweet little girl deserves a whole family." Drake did not respond, but he agreed with James. Even though he would never admit it out loud, he too had taken a liking to the adorable little fox girl over the last year. "Well, we should go back and tell the others the good news," James said with a smile. James then released his balance breaker and hoisted Kotengu's unconscious body over his shoulder. While turning back in the direction of Yasaka's residence, James condensed the draconic aura he had spread through the ground. Then he retracted it. As he did, Okairu Sakura rose from the ground in front of him. As he withdrew the last of his aura, James wrapped his hand around the sword's hilt and sheathed it. "Now that that's taken care of, let's get going," James said as he vanished from his spot with the Flash Step, Chapter 74, Reunion. Human World, Japan, Kyoto, Yokai Subdimension. After James disappeared with Kotengu, the girls were able to get a hold of themselves. Shortly after that, Kuna woke up. Once everyone was at their best again, the girls decided that the first thing they should do was disable the barrier holding Yasaka in her residence. Then, they remembered all the unconscious members of Yasaka's guards. "Okay, we should split into 2 groups," Sona suggested. "One group will try to open this barrier, and the other will tend to the injured soldiers. Yeah, without them, we'll have no way to deal with all these Oni," Ria said as she looked around the former battlefield. "Even if we all keep a few pairs of energy-locking cuffs on us, this is too much." Looking around, everyone agreed with Ria's assessment and Sona's plan. So, Rias, Akino, and Flora were assigned to the group that would try breaking the barrier. Meanwhile, Sona, Tsubaki, and Rhea were sent to help the incapacitated soldiers from Yasaka's guards. Meanwhile, Ayam would be in charge of Kunu's protection. After a few minutes, Rias and her group reached the barrier. Yasaka's residence was enormous, as it not only housed Yasaka and Kunu, but also the hall where Yasaka conducts council meetings, other government facilities, and a large battalion of the most elite guards, who could be seen doing everything they could to break the barrier from the inside. "This place is huge," Flora murmured as she looked upon the Japanese-style palace. "Yeah, it's almost as big as my estate," Ria said while appreciating the Japanese-style architecture. "I think it's bigger than your estate, Rias," Akino said while pointing at a spot a little further away from the palace. When Rias looked where Akino was pointing, she saw the guards trying to break the barrier from the inside. There were over 500. That, she could tell without counting. Then she looked past those guards. When she did, her eyes opened wide. Behind them was a barracks and a training field large enough for all the guards present to train simultaneously. "Yeah, I think you're right," Rias said in disbelief. After that short conversation, the trio reached the barrier. When they did, they found out exactly how sturdy it was. Immediately, Akino and Flora knew that they would be unable to break the barrier with their level of power. Because of that, they left it to Rias to try and breach it. Unfortunately, Rias was only able to make fist-sized holes in the barrier even with her most powerful attacks. This would be a time-consuming process. Armed with this knowledge, the best idea Rias came up with was to spread her power of destruction across the surface of the barrier and let it eat away at the barrier. After a few minutes, Rias had created a hole in the barrier big enough for the average human woman to pass through without issue. Destroying the entire barrier, however, would take quite some time. Shortly after the breach was created, a servant on the palace grounds noticed the 3 devils and the hole they created. "There's a hole in the barrier," the servant shouted excitedly. Someone, quick, go tell Lady Yasaka that there is a way out." With that, Rias, Akino, and Flora decided not to enter the barrier. It would not be good if they were mistaken as intruders after helping Yasaka deal with the rebels. On the other side of the barrier, the palace was in an uproar because of the servants' frantic shouts. It did not take long for a group of guards to surround the breach in the barrier. Once they did, it took even less time for the guards to notice Rias and the other 2. "Who are they?" one of the guards questioned. "They're devils," another guard shouted. "I knew it was a bad idea to trust them with Miss Kunu's safety. Now they've come to take advantage of our troubles." "Are you an idiot?" a third guard questioned. "If they were here to cause trouble, do you think they would send only 3? Seeing the 3 devils on the other side of the opening in the barrier, the guards began to discuss among themselves, until an obviously higher-ranking guard put an end to it. "All of you, shut your mouths," the guard captain shouted. Lady Yasaka has arrived. With the guard captain's shout, the rest of the guards fell silent instantly. Then, they dropped to one knee while creating a path to the breach in the barrier. When they did, Rias, Aquino, and Flora were able to see a woman approaching the barrier from the end of the path created by the guards. Accompanying the woman was a tall man with long white hair and one arm. As they approached, the trio could make out the features of the woman approaching them. The woman, Yasaka, had delicate facial features with golden eyes. Her long blonde hair, pulled back into a loose ponytail with a bandage, reached down to her legs. Traditional shrine maiden attire covered her voluptuous body. Rounding off her look was a white coat held closed by a red obi and a golden crown. Along with her attire, her pair of fox ears and 9 wagging fox tails made up her entire look. Alongside Yasaka was a tall, handsome young man with long white hair reaching his knees and short bangs parted to either side of his forehead. On his fair-skinned face are golden eyes with slit pupils, 2 purple strips on each cheek and 1 on each eyelid, and a black crescent moon in the center of his forehead. Dressed in a white kimono and hakama that is bunched at the ankles, over it, he wore a black cuirass, a spiked pauldron over his left shoulder, and a yellow sash, all having Chinese design. Oh, my, if it isn't the crimson-haired ruined princess. To what do I owe the honor? Yasaka said as she was close enough to the breach in the barrier to recognize those on the other side. Lady Yasaka. Rias curtsied in the style of a noble, then continued. As it turns out. Rias then proceeded to explain why she and her companions were here. She told Yasaka about the letter they received asking them to bring Kuno to Kyoto, about the battle that was going on when they arrived in the yokai subdimension, about the battle the 7 girls had with the 7 strongest Oni, about James who took away Kotengu to limit the collateral damage during their battle, and finally about the plans the 7 girls came up with while James was gone. I see. Yasaka said while bowing her head in gratitude. Thank you for taking care of Kuno all this time. You have helped me more than I could ever repay. You shouldn't be thanking me, James was the one who housed and protected Kuno from the moment she arrived in Kyoto. Rias said, not thick-skinned enough to take credit for something that she had not done. Also, everyone has enjoyed Kuno's presence immensely. You are truly blessed to have such an adorable and well-mannered daughter. Hearing Rias praise Kuno, Yasaka smiled proudly. She then turned her attention to the 2 girls accompanying Rias. My apologies. Yasaka said after noticing Aquino and Flora. I would assume these are members of your peerage. It is a pleasure to meet you both. Well, you would only be half correct, Lady Yasaka. Rias said with a smile. She then gestured to Aquino and continued. This is Hajime Aquino, Queen of my peerage. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Lady Yasaka. Aquino said while bowing politely. And this? Rias said while gesturing to Flora. Is Flora Nanadan, pawn of James Alaverus. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Lady Yasaka. Flora said while also bowing politely. I assure you girls, the pleasure is mine. Yasaka replied with a smile. Also, allow me to introduce you to the captain of my guards, Sesshomaru. The heir to the royal clan of the Inagami. In response, Sesshomaru only nodded at the 3 girls. It's a pleasure. Rias replied to the introduction, then turned her attention back to Yasaka. I believe our companions will need help tending to the injuries of the injured guards out on the battlefield. Yes, you're right. Yasaka agreed, then she turned her attention to Sesshomaru. I need you to select a squad of guards to help the injured. Understood. Sesshomaru replied. Then, he turned to the kneeling guards and gave orders. Squad 4, go to the battlefield and assist in tending to the injured. Squad 5, do what you can to break this barrier from the outside. Squad 6, you follow me to guard Lady Yasaka. The rest, take up emergency defensive positions. Yes, sir. Replied all the guards present. Then, the guards began to move. Once there was only the squad designated to guard Yasaka remaining, Yasaka spoke to Rias once again. Now, I think we should also go to where your companions are. Yasaka said, hiding her nervous feeling behind a smile. Not to say I don't believe your story, but I would like to see that my daughter is well with my own eyes. Completely understandable. Rias said with a smile. Then, if you're ready, I'll lead the way. Please. Yasaka nodded in agreement. Then, the group began to return to the battlefield. After a few minutes, they reached the rest of the group. Surprisingly, when they returned, James had already returned. And when he noticed them, he patted Kunu on the back, who he was holding in his arms, and pointed in Ria's group direction. When she looked in the direction James pointed, Kunu's eyes lit up. Jumping out of James' arms, she ran toward her mother as fast as she could. "Mommy!" Kunu shouted happily as she ran. Seeing her daughter doing well, Yasaka smiled brightly. Then, she knelt, paying no mind to her surroundings, and opened her arms welcomingly. Kunu, without hesitation, jumped into her mother's arms when she was close enough. "I missed you so much, Mommy," Kunu said while shedding tears of joy. "I missed you too, sweetie," Yasaka replied with a beautiful smile. "Did you enjoy your time in Kyoto?" "Aha." Kunu nodded excitedly. James Onaikan and Leona Abakan were super nice. And all the Onii-sans and Wani-sans played with me and took me to fun places. And while Kunu continued to tell Yasaka about her time in Kyoto with the Alaverus, James and Ayam made their way over to Ria's group, following Kunu's dash. When they arrived, James nodded at the smiling Rias, Aquino, and Flora. Then, like a high-class devil, he bowed to Yasaka and introduced himself and Ayam. "It is a pleasure to meet you, I am James Alaverus," James said politely. Then, he gestured to Ayam and continued. "And this is Sarutobi Ayam, pawn, of my peerage." Hearing the name, Sarutobi Ayam, Yasaka, and Sesshomaru both raised an eyebrow. "So, the daughter of the Satori patriarch has found a lord to serve?" Yasaka said with a mischievous smile. "There will be many disappointed, young noblemen among the yokai when this news gets out. Lady Yasaka, I would appreciate it if you didn't tease me," Ayam said while bowing her head. Though the little smile on her face could not be hidden. "Indeed, I suppose this is neither the time nor the place," Yasaka said with a nod. She then shifted her attention back to James and spoke. "Alaverus-san, Gremory-san, and even Kunu mentioned that it was you and your family who have taken care of my daughter. Tell me, how would you like me to repay you?" "Please, Lady Yasaka, never speak of repayment again," James said sternly. Then, with a smile he continued. "There is no payment necessary. Spending this time with Kunu was a joy in and of itself." Hearing James' words, Yasaka's smile could not help but widen. "Then, at least allow me to invite you and your companions to a banquet," Yasaka said, which caused Kunu's eyes to light up. "For obvious reasons, the banquet will not be held today. However, you will receive the invitation before you return to Kyoto. We would be honored," James said, answering for his peerage. Then, he discreetly looked at Rias. Noticing his glance, Yasaka smiled even brighter. "Not to worry, the heiresses of both Gremory and Citri will also receive invitations," Yasaka said with an appreciative smile. "I'm sure Sona, like me, would be honored to accept," Rias said politely. At the same time, James smiled bashfully. "Was I really that obvious?" James thought to himself as the conversation went on. Chapter 75, one of James' biggest fans. Human World, Japan, Kyoto. 2 days have passed since the Oni rebellion was put down. James and the girls returned to their hotel shortly after their conversation with Yasaka. The next day, instead of sightseeing, the group took care of buying souvenirs, as they had agreed that Kunu would lead them around Kyoto on the third day. So, after a short shopping trip, the group returned to the hotel where James worked to heal Tsubaki's stab wound. Though not completely healed, there is no external indication that Tsubaki was ever injured. With just a slight limp, no one would ever know. At worst, someone might think she missed her step while walking down the street and twisted her knee, or something. This morning, the students were given permission to explore once again. As James and his group, who were among the last to leave, walked out of the hotel lobby, they saw Kunu, dressed in a white t-shirt, red skirt, and white tennis shoes, not far from the hotel's entrance. To their surprise, Yasaka, wearing a yellow short-sleeved t-shirt with a deep V-neck, that drew attention to her impressive assets and showed deep cleavage, tight blue jeans, that highlighted her wide hips and round backside, and yellow high-heeled sandals, was standing next to her. "Lady Yasaka, good morning." James said politely as he and the group made their way over to the pair of nine-tailed foxes. Kunu, how are you this morning? Good morning, Oni-chan. Kunu said as she jumped into James' arms for a hug. Good morning, Wani-sans. Good morning, Alaverus-san, Gremory-san, and Citri-san. I hope you all don't mind if I accompany you on your tour of Kyoto. Yasaka said with a smile. It would be our honor. Sona said politely. Yes, please, having two locals guiding us would be wonderful. Meanwhile, Akino and Flora were standing behind the three leaders of their group and whispering to each other. Not that it did any good to keep their conversation private. Or rather, it would seem they had no intention of keeping their conversation private in the first place. Who is she and what did she do with Rias? Flora whispered into Akino's ear. Fufufu. Akino giggled in response while covering her mouth with a hand. I almost forgot, you and Rhea weren't forced to go through Auntie Venelana's etiquette training. When necessary, Rias can act like proper nobility. What do you mean act like proper nobility? Rias turned and shouted at Akino angrily. I am proper nobility. Phew. Flora exhaled in relief. I thought she was someone else, the real Rias is never that prim and proper. How dare you? Rias stomped her foot in frustration. Flora, I'll punish you in the place of your king. Did you two have to set her off this early in the morning? Sona said exasperatedly. Even if we calm her down, she's gonna have a pouty face all day long. Et2 Sona. Rias' eyes opened wide at Sona joining in to make fun of her. You would do this in front of Lady Yasaka. This is not an official meeting, Rias. Sona said while adjusting her glasses. Besides, you were the first one to drop your noble act. It's not an act. Rias shouted. I am a noble. As if they had practiced, Sona, Tsubaki, Akino, Rhea, and Flora all responded by smiling at Rias as if she were the most precious child in the realm. James, everyone is bullying me. Rias said while running to James with teary eyes. When she drew near, Kuna reached out her arms from her place in James' arms and hugged Rias. Then put the nail in the coffin with her innocent comment. Don't cry, Rias Onizen. Kunu said while wrapping her arms around Rias. I know you're a noble. You're the heiress of House Gremory. With that, everyone laughed as Rias crumbled down to the ground. Even Yasaka hid a giggle behind a hand. While the laughter was dying down, naturally, Kunu was confused. Oni-chan, did I say something wrong? Kunu asked while tilting her head cutely. Why does Rias Onizen look even sadder now? No Kunu, what you said was absolutely correct. James said with a smile. Riri is just a little sensitive, that's all. Not sure what James meant by that, Kunu just watched the squatting Rias with concern. James, on the other hand, decided to put an end to this. Even though teasing Rias relentlessly is fun, they were running out of time to spend in Kyoto. Clap. Okay everyone, we only have today and we're taking Lady Yasaka away from what I'm sure is a busy schedule. James said after gathering everyone's attention on him with a clap. Let's make the most out of the time we have with our outstandingly lovely tour guides. Smiling at the compliment, Yasaka observed James as he took charge of the situation. To think, this boy is the leader of the three peerages present and not one of the heiresses of the pillar houses. Yasaka thought to herself. This boy has quite the charisma. So, where would you like to see first? Yasaka asked, ready to lead them and teach some facts about Kyoto they would never be able to learn in books. We should go to that cafe we saw on the way here for breakfast. Kunu said excitedly, answering in place of the high school students. I know you like Bleach and Soul Eater, Kunu, but that's not really the kind of tourist attraction we were talking about. Yasaka said with a wry smile on her face. X7. Yasaka was surprised by the reaction from James and his group. Is there something the matter? Kunu, did you tell your mother about that? James asked the cute little fox girl standing next to him. No. Kunu said while shaking her head vigorously. Oni-chan, you told me I had to keep it a secret. I'm missing something, aren't I? Yasaka said with a hand resting on her cheek. Hearing that, the girls looked at James for permission to let the cat out of the bag. James smiled wryly and nodded. Well, the thing is, James is the mangaka for those manga you mentioned. Rhea said with her eyes sparkling. In response, Yasaka's eyes and mouth opened wide. Yasaka.exe has stopped working. Rhea said with a smile. Just like Rhea.exe stopped working when you found out, huh? James responded with a smile. Can't you let me have my fun? Rhea asked with an embarrassed blush. Of course, I could. James said with a sweet smile. But why would I ever do that? Rhea pouted in response while everyone smiled at the banter between the two. Eventually, Yasaka's thought processes rebooted. And when they did, her actions surprised everyone. In an instant, she was holding a stack of Bleach volumes in her left hand, a stack of School Rumble volumes held up by a few of her tales to her left, and the rest of her tales were holding the published volumes of Soul Eater to her right. Seeing this, Sona quickly put up an anti-recognition barrier while everyone else's jaws fell to the ground. I'm one of your biggest fans, Alaverus-sensei. Yasaka said as she stepped toward James. May I have your autograph? As she finished, Yasaka reached into her cleavage and pulled out a felt-tipped pen. Seeing this, although he had been trying to avoid it, James' eyes were drawn to Yasaka's impressive bosom. Gulp, asterisk. Seeing James' expression and, more importantly, how his eyes were glued to her chest, Yasaka took another step forward and seductively spoke into James' ear. Kunu really seems to like you, and it's obvious you're attracted to me. Yasaka said coquettishly while freeing one of her tails and rubbing it against James' back and butt. How about becoming her daddy instead of her Oni-chan? At that, James' hands flew to cover his crotch while his face turned red. At the same time, Rias, Sona, Akino, and Flora pulled him away from Yasaka's tail. Tsubaki and Rhea, on the other hand, were shell-shocked. They had never seen anyone other than Leona tease James to the point he could not reply. Lady Yasaka, I believe your joke has gone far enough. Sona said while adjusting her glasses. Why would you assume I was joking? Yasaka asked with an elegant smile on her lips. If you think about it, it makes perfect sense that I would find Alaverus-sensei a suitable mate. Stopping to think about it, the girls could not refute what Yasaka said. He and his family took good care of my daughter, he led the team that helped my faction of yokai when we needed help the most, and, in terms of modern standards, he has a well-paying job. What else should I search for in a mate? The only thing that makes him less than perfect would be that he is still not as strong as I am. But I'm sure that would be rectified shortly. As Yasaka rambled on about what would make James a good mate, she actually began to consider all the things she was talking about. And the next time she looked at James, she blushed. Eventually, she stopped this dangerous train of thought. Still, throughout the day, she could not stop these thoughts from sneaking back into her mind every now and then. Either way, whether she's joking or not, she would have to get past Auntie Leona, right? Rhea said with a wry smile. That's right. Sona said with a smile. My mother told me that she somehow even scared Auntie Vanillana to the point she dropped all notion of joking like that. I remember that. Flora said while tapping her index finger on her chin. That happened last year, when we found James and Akino in bed together, right? Yup. Rhea said with a nod. My mother made a joke about becoming part of James' harem, too. Before she could finish the joke, the killing intent Auntie Leona released made my mother stop what she was saying. I remember that. Sona said with her face paling slightly. I was the closest to them when that happened. I almost lost consciousness when I felt that killing intent. And it wasn't even directed at me. James, finally coming back to his senses and getting his erection under control, could finally join the conversation. When he did, he left everyone, including Yasaka, a bit dazed. Well, I remember that event, too. James said with a sigh. Honestly, the only reason she reacted so strongly is simple. Really? Flora asked curiously. What is it, then? She hates the NTR genre. James replied with a deadpan. Not that I think much of it either. Do unto others as you would have them do unto you, and all that. There's no way I want someone taking one of my women away from me. So, I refuse to touch another man's woman. Everyone looked at James blankly. While Rias, Sona, Akino, Flora, and even Yasaka blushed slightly. However, James was not finished. And if there's a man foolish enough to try and put his hand on my women, losing that hand will be the least of his concerns. James said as he released a bit of his draconic aura subconsciously. At that moment, even the girls who were not romantically interested in him felt an instinctive urge to mate with James. Noticing that he had lost control, James reined in his aura with an embarrassed blush on his face. Coughing lightly to expel the awkward feelings he was experiencing, James thought of changing the subject. However, he was beaten to it. James Oniakan, what is NTR? Kunu asked innocently. As quickly as the question was asked, everyone present adopted an expression that said, "Oh, shit. I forgot she was here, too." James, the first to recover, made up some bullshit that would trick the little girl until she was exposed to the dark recesses of the internet. "Anyway, how about we have breakfast at the cafe Kuna mentioned earlier?" James said while wiping the sweat from his forehead. At the same time, Yasaka glanced at James as she thought, maybe I should plan to meet this Leona I've heard so much about.